Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
America, my name is Ami Yosef Frimpong. Now, often I get in trouble for speaking ill of the dead, which I actually think is the right time to speak either ill or good of them, because you get to see their whole life and understand their meaning in the world. And when I say their meaning in the world, I think about how they live in memory. So how does, I got in trouble for when John Lewis passed, saying some unkind things about him, because I do not think that he was a good person for the American project, even though he did good work when he was younger in the civil rights movement, from, taking out Julian Bond to the 80s and then to selling the entire Democratic Party, which in the South is a lot of black people, over to Clinton in the 90s and 2000s. I am not a huge fan of John Lewis politics, especially in his later life, right? So, and I said that when he passed, and I got in a little bit of trouble. They actually yanked my segment from Rising about that, and I'm still kind of heated about it, because it was a very good segment on how John Lewis sold black people to the worst parts of the Democratic Party in exchange for nothing except a plaque and a few memorial dinners. So now I'm going to speak the truth, my truth about Hulk Hogan. And I think he was a real American. And when I say he was a real American, I it's not just that, blonde and muscly, but he was kind of a meathead tool of other people. And I think that's a lot of Americans are kind of like, meathead tools of other people. And that's how we grow ourselves into being a nation of mid-level managers who are easily flattered into giving away all of our principles. Right. So when I say Hulk Hogan is a mid-level, like a mid-level tool, he was a great American tool. And that says something about us as Americans. I'm referring to, one, his willingness to be a scab and an informer about the union organizing effort from the WWF. Now you know it as the WWE, but back when I was young, it was called the WWF. It turned out Jesse the Body Ventura, who's actually, I think, a different kind of American, was trying to organize the wrestlers so that they wouldn't, always be taking steroids and wrestling too much and getting injured and eventually dying. In the 80s, wrestling was and it still is, it's kind of a nasty business. I'm old enough to remember the Von Erichs and Kerry Von Erich, and it's just kind of a nasty business, insofar as the wrestlers were people who were not particularly sophisticated, who got taken advantage of. And Jesse the Body Ventura wanted to actually organize them into a group that could fight for time off and maybe medical care and all these things that they deserve as professional entertainers, as workers who are creating value for Vince McMahon or whoever owns them. Anyway, so Jesse Body Ventura is trying to organize it, and the first thing Hulk Hogan does is goes and tells on him to Vince McMahon, the boss. That was what Hogan did. And that's a unionizing effort that could have actually saved lives, and definitely ended a lot of, pill addictions. But the first thing he did is Hulk Hogan did is go tell the boss. So he is a union buster, not smart enough to be a Pinkerton. That's one of those detectives that actually busted unions 100 years ago. But he was just a tool of Vince McMahon. He was a good company man, good employee. And why is that relevant? Well, he's also, like most Americans, not particularly bright and was a racist, right? So Gawker unearthed a lot of videos or audios of him, throwing around the national word and being very, or at least marginally eloquent in his use of it over and over and over and over again. And so that got him in trouble at work. And that kind of, depending on who you talk to, ended his career. But now this is the national word over the course of years. And it was just part of his vocabulary and just part of his way of life. And Gawker, an investigative journalism website, along with Deadspin, unearthed these audio recordings. And it's actually hard to do investigative journalism. It takes time and effort. And one of my friends works for Gawker, now works for The Intercept. So they're actually about that fight. They were actually about that fight. And look, the Epstein list would be all over the world if Gawker still existed. But you know what happened? Hulk Hogan, being the tool that he was allowed himself to be used by Peter Thiel, who had an issue with Gawker for outing him, which, might be a different issue. Peter Thiel is a billionaire, PayPal, or founded PayPal, and has his hand in politics. And what he did was he bankrolled Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against Gawker, which eventually drove Gawker out of business because they couldn't keep up with the legal fees. Right? So Hulk Hogan allowed himself to be used as a tool by Peter Thiel in order to bankrupt Gawker, which was kind of not a bastion of investigative journalism, but a model. If you like anything that's at The Intercept, if you like, it's a model of investigative journalism that was actually doing work in a nation that I believe needs more and better investigative journalism. So Hogan allowed himself to be used as a tool by Peter Thiel, who paid all of his legal bills with the express purpose of driving Gawker out of business. So Hulk Hogan, the great American tool, first he sells out the wrestlers to Vince McMahon, the boss, and then he gets used by a different billionaire in order to take out a model of pretty effective investigative journalism in Gawker / Deadspin. Right? So, and it's funny because Thiel, when interviewed about why he supported Hulk Hogan's lawsuit, he was like, well, Hulk Hogan's just a single-digit millionaire. And single-digit millionaires don't have access to the legal system. Don't really have access to the legal system. So this is Peter Thiel, a billionaire, telling you that if you're just a single-digit millionaire, you're not really in the game. And Hulk Hogan, like most Americans, are not really in the game, except he was willing to be used by Thiel in order to take out Gawker, right? So that is Hulk Hogan, the scab, Hulk Hogan, the racist, Hulk Hogan, the hammer against independent media. And I say that he's a tool because he isn't quite smart enough or canny enough. He is an American in the most non-flattering sense, insofar as he's kind of a big lughead who was used by other people, and he made enough money while he was being used. By not being particularly morally savvy, he himself got rich and created a lot of pain for those around him, and degraded the nation's project insofar as he took out independent media. Right? So that's Hulk Hogan. And that is an American, the mid-level tool who's willing to do whatever their bosses say if it gets them their nut, their little bit more money, and is only a little bit surprised when there is fallout for their ethical malfeasance after they're dead. So if you don't want me talking about you like this when you're dead, you or your kids talking about you like this when you're dead, or anybody talking to you or talking about you like this when you're dead, think about how you live. Think about how you live. Are you just a tool for whatever institution you're around against any sort of claims for justice? Jesse the Body Ventura was actually trying to do the right thing in the 80s. He was trying to make a flawed organization better. Wasn't trying to get rid of wrestling, just trying to unionize the wrestlers. Hulk Hogan, being the tool of capital he is, sold out the whole movement to the boss. You know, that is in a lot of ways the American way. And then not just a tool of capital that way. We're talking about casual with the N-word and, effective in his use and beliefs regarding that. And then being willing, the willing tool of Peter Thiel to take out Gawker, a bastion of independent journalism at the time. And, the nation.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right here because he gets repetitive. Here's the deal, and I absolutely agree with Irami. And I don't really care that much about Hulk Hogan, but I think the larger point is most. Let me put it to you this way, and I'll just be blunt. And by the way, before I get into this, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Good morning. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. If you're in the John Galt channels, please hop over there, hit the subscribe and like. Please make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord channel if you're new to it. Same thing with Urban Landlord Clips. Mostly news today. I don't know how long this show is going to go today. I actually don't have anything pressing to do like I did yesterday. So we'll see how it goes. I'm going to be blunt because of because of what these, the kind of whatever sector we're in, the anti-black sector. There are a lot of white people in this John Galt space who talk a lot of shit about how great white culture is or Western culture. I don't even know why they say white culture because there really is no white culture. There are white cultures, and there's enough diversity, with all the immigration over the centuries that, Colin Woodard, this guy that I talk about every now and again, he literally says there are about 11 different cultures across America. It's kind of like a mosaic versus a melting pot. But in any case, there are a lot of Hulk Hogans in this space. They talk a lot of shit that they don't know about in the first place. And like Peter Thiel said, if Irami is correct in that quote, the single digit millionaires, you're not really players in the culture other than kind of being subject to it. Very few of us, and that includes me, actually make like lasting contributions to culture. We are kind of like fish swimming in the water. We live, we die, and apparently pay taxes. But we're normal people. There aren't many Peter Thiels, and there's certainly no Peter Thiels or equivalents in this space. So that's why I often go after the Be Braves of the world, talking bullshit about a culture they really don't contribute to. They walk around and, are subject to the culture just like anybody else. I don't even know where the race part comes into it. These days, John Galt actually mistakenly gets it right when he says, well, Stanley, in the end, you're really no more successful than Be Brave. Well, the point is that John is at root right. So why care about race if we're roughly equivalent? It's all bullshit logic, and most people here don't know how to. Most people don't really know what they're talking about when they start talking about white culture being better than black culture, and that's everybody, regardless of race. So anyway, Hulk Hogan, rest in peace, was a typical American. Even Donald Trump, I think, is, no class as Donald Trump is. He's going to go down in the history books, not as voters. So we all need a level set there. And speaking of Trump, Epstein grand jury transcripts. Well, Trump asked for the transcripts to be unsealed. Turns out that 2 law enforcement officers testified, and that was it. So he threw some red meat, and it turned out just to be a couple crumbs.
You're listening to Epstein grand jury transcripts include testimony from only 2 witnesses, feds say, a news story written by Jeremy Roebuck and read by an AI-generated voice. The grand jury transcripts the Justice Department is seeking to make public from its investigation of disgraced financier and sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and his associate Ghislaine Maxwell include testimony from only 2 witnesses, both of them law enforcement officers, government lawyers, said. That disclosure, made in a court filing late Tuesday, raises questions over whether the department's push to unseal those transcripts will satisfy the clamoring of President Donald Trump's base for greater transparency surrounding the Epstein investigation. While it is not unusual for grand juries to hear from only law enforcement witnesses as they weigh whether to indict a defendant, such testimony is offered to provide a summary of the broader evidence investigators have gathered and does not often provide the type of detailed accounting that typically emerges at trials. Still, earlier this month, the Justice Department, acting on orders from Trump, asked federal judges in Manhattan and Florida to unseal those grand jury transcripts amid unrelenting pressure from some of the president's allies, who have speculated for years that others in Epstein's circle of rich and powerful friends played some role in his crimes. The passage of time has not dulled the public's interest in these cases. Jay Clayton, interim U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, wrote in the court filing Tuesday, which was also signed by Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Epstein's 2019 death while awaiting trial has been ruled a suicide. Maxwell was convicted in 2021 and is serving a 20-year prison sentence in Florida. But those developments have done little in the years since to satiate the appetite for a full public accounting of what the FBI learned during its investigations. The grand jury transcripts the Justice Department is seeking to unseal probably represent only a fraction of the evidence that the Bureau gathered while building its cases against Epstein and Maxwell. In Tuesday's filing, Clayton said that the grand jury that indicted Epstein in Manhattan heard from only 1 witness as it met in June and July 2019, an FBI agent who summarized accounts of his interviews with Epstein victims and others. That same agent testified before the Maxwell grand jury in the summer of 2020 and spring of 2021. That panel also heard from a New York police detective who had been detailed to an FBI task force investigating child exploitation and human trafficking crimes, Clayton said. According to his brief, there were no other witnesses. Clayton did not summarize the testimony from the investigators in the filing, which came in response to a judge's orders seeking more detail on the type of information the Justice Department wants to disclose. Clayton said that all but 1 Epstein victim mentioned in those transcripts has been notified of the department's attempt to release them. U.S. District Judges Richard M. Berman and Paul A. Engelmeyer have set a Tuesday deadline for those victims to file any objections to those transcripts being released with their identifying information redacted. Even if those victims were to agree, the Justice Department faces a high bar to convince the courts to make the transcripts public. Grand jury secrecy rules typically prohibit the disclosure of such material, except as part of...
I'm going to tell you right now, I really wonder if those 2 law enforcement officials really want their names floating out there in the MAGA cesspool. I wouldn't be wanting, if I were any sort of law enforcement and attached to this case, I would not want to be out there floating in the MAGA wind. So the Fed And I'm proud of Chairman Powell. Fed holds rates steady, but sees first double descent in 3 decades. I guess usually these sorts of decisions are unanimous. So they didn't cave to pressure. That is a good thing.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market-based and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen.
All right. Let's see here. There is one thing in this story here. It says here 9 members of the Federal Open Market Committee agreed to keep rates where they were, but Fed Vice Chair of Supervision Michelle Brown and Governors and Governor Christopher Waller, who were both in the running for President Trump's nomination to replace Fed Chair Jerome Powell, voted to lower them, the interest rates, following an immense pressure campaign from the president. So I guess if they want to be chairman, they gotta do Trump's bidding. But anyway, rates will remain where they are. So let's see. We're going to switch gears here. More Trump news. Trump says trade deal agreed with South Korea at a 15% tax rate. On Wednesday, President Donald Trump revealed an agreement with South Korea that introduces a 15% tariff on imports from the country to the United States. The tariff change follows earlier threats of a 25% tariff and is part of renegotiations responding to what Trump described as unfair trade practices. The deal excludes steel, aluminum, and copper tariffs, keeps U.S. exports to South Korea tax-free, and includes South Korea opening markets to U.S. vehicles and agricultural goods. Trump stated South Korea will invest $350 billion in U.S. owned and controlled investments selected by him and purchase $100 billion worth of American energy products. The agreement could ease tensions after South Korea's recent economic contraction. It aligns with similar deals recently reached with Japan and the European Union. So essentially, he's saying we agree to pay more for your goods if you expand your markets. I don't know. It is going to be interesting. And to keep up with the tariff wars, Trump announces 25% tariff on India plus penalty for trade with Russia. So looks like And I think I mentioned this yesterday about India and Russia. Basically, Trump wants to indirectly punish Russia by encouraging India not to get oil from Russia. And this is actually Russia and India have had this oil deal for a few years now, basically since the Ukraine war. It was a way of getting around sanctions on on their oil products. And if I recall, India, it's a way for Russia to get hard currency. So it was a good deal for Russia. It'll be interesting to see how India reacts. It doesn't say anything in here about doesn't say anything about the Indian response. But Trump is definitely willing to personally impose tariffs on countries that are doing things he doesn't like. You'll recall yesterday, um, Trump is putting a 50% tariff on Brazilian goods because they've got Bolsonaro, their corrupt far right president, on trial for something or another. So here's a win for the Trump administration. Brown University strikes an agreement with Trump administration to restore lost federal funding. Trump has been able to do what the far right has been trying to do for decades, and that's basically rein in the problems they see with all these elite universities. And I think that well, they got to do what they got to do. I'll put it that way. These are things that can be undone if a president with a different and more positive view of education decides to undo.
Washington, AP. Brown University will pay $50 million to Rhode Island workforce development organizations in a deal with the Trump administration that restores lost federal research funding and ends investigations into alleged discrimination, officials said Wednesday. The university also agreed to several concessions in line with President Donald Trump's political agenda. Brown will adopt the government's definition of male and female, for example, and must remove any consideration of race from the admissions process. Brown President Christina H. Paxson said the deal preserves Brown's academic independence. The terms include a clause saying the government cannot dictate curriculum or the content of academic speech at Brown. The university's foremost priority throughout discussions with the government was remaining true to our academic mission, our core values, and who we are as a community at Brown, Paxson wrote. It is the latest deal between an Ivy League school and the Trump administration, which has used its control of federal funding to push for reforms at colleges Trump decries as overrun by liberalism and anti-Semitism. The administration also has launched investigations into diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, saying they discriminate against white and Asian American students. The Brown deal has similarities with one signed last week by Columbia University, which the government called a roadmap for other universities. Unlike that agreement, however, Brown's does not include an outside monitor. The 3-year agreement with Brown restores dozens of suspended grants and contracts. It also calls for the federal government to reimburse Brown for $50 million in unpaid federal grant costs. The settlement puts an end to 3 federal investigations involving allegations of anti-Semitism and racial bias in Brown admissions, with no finding of wrongdoing. In a campus letter, Paxson anticipated questions about why the university would settle if it didn't violate the law. She noted Brown has faced financial pressure from federal agencies, along with a growing push for government intrusion in academics. Signing the agreement resolves the government's concerns without sacrificing university values, she said. We stand solidly behind commitments we repeatedly have affirmed to protect all members of our community from harassment and discrimination. And we protect the ability of our faculty and students to study and learn academic subjects of their choosing, free from censorship, she wrote. Brown agreed to several measures aimed at addressing allegations of anti-Semitism on its campus in Providence, Rhode Island. The school said it will renew partnerships with Israeli academics and encourage Jewish day school students to apply to Brown. By the end of this year, Brown must hire an outside organization to be chosen jointly by Brown and the government to conduct a campus survey on the climate for Jewish students. Education Secretary Linda McMahon said Brown's deal ensures students will be judged solely on their merits, not their race or sex. The Trump administration is successfully reversing the decades-long woke capture of our nation's higher education institutions, McMahon said in a statement. The settlement requires Brown to disclose a wealth of data on students who apply to and are admitted to the university, with information about their race, grades, and standardized test scores. The data will be subject to a comprehensive audit by the government. It bars Brown from giving preference to applicants because of their race. A 2023 Supreme Court decision already forbids such consideration, but the deal appears to go further, stopping Brown from using any proxy for racial admission, including personal statements or diversity narratives. The $50 million in payments to local workforce development organizations agreed to by Brown are to be paid over 10 years. That's a step forward from paying a fine to the government, as Columbia agreed to do, said Ted Mitchell, president of the American Council on Education, an organization of major universities. Still, Mitchell said, it remains unclear whether Brown and other universities are clear of governmental pressure. Let's remember, these are deals. These are not policies, Mitchell said. I had hoped that the Trump administration, when it came in, was going to be interested in having serious policy discussions about the future of higher education. They've yet to do that. Columbia last week agreed to pay $200 million to the government as part of its settlement. In negotiations with Harvard, the Trump administration has been pressing for the Cambridge, Massachusetts, school to pay far more. In another agreement, the University of Pennsylvania pledged to modify school records set by transgender swimmer Leah Thomas, a deal that included no fine. Associated Press writer Cheyenne Mumphrey contributed to this report.
Oh my
The
lord.
Associated Press education coverage receives financial support from multiple private foundations.
____. They caved. So it goes. What was I going? Well, you know what? I have a story at the very end of all these news stories where I'll cover what I think about discrimination against white people. I think that's fucking hilarious. So here's a story from the Washington Examiner. Senate defeats growing Democratic bid to restrict Israeli military aid. I don't know. I guess this is probably more symbolic than anything. But I did a story yesterday where more people were killed. I think it was yesterday or the day before. So I don't know. Canada is the newest country to basically say, hey, look, we're going to recognize Palestine. Israel's losing. Israel's losing the the popularity contest here. And even Trump, during that little press conference thing he did in Scotland, I think even Trump is kind of going, "What the hell are y'all doing?" So we'll see how long Israel can keep this up. A majority of Senate Democrats voted to restrict military aid to Israel in a legislative push that was overwhelmingly defeated on Wednesday night. In a 27-70 vote, the Senate rejected a resolution of disapproval from Senator Bernie Sanders. That would have blocked the sale of assault rifles to the Israeli government, which has faced growing criticism over reports of starvation in Gaza. 27 Democrats supported the resolution, making a dramatic shift in party support as generally pro-Israel senators joined with the left wing of the caucus. So you're starting to see a little bit of slippage there, at least on the Democratic side. I do not think it's going to happen on the MAGA side. Too many crypto, what are they? Christo fascists? Is that what they call them? They're not. It's going to be. They have biblical reasons to support Israel. So you're not going to shake. You're not going to shake that tree and they fall out. Let's see. I had a Canada story here somewhere. You know what? Let's do this story. Yeah, this is the story I'm talking about. At least 46 Palestinians killed by Israeli strikes. Gaza hospitals say. So, yeah, this happened yesterday. On Wednesday, the Israeli army killed 8 aid seekers in the central Gaza Strip and 3 in northern Rafah, injuring more than 20, according to local authorities. So they're saying 60,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th. An international authority on hunger crises said that the blockade and strikes produce a worst-case scenario of famine for 2 million Palestinians. Hamas said 2 million have been deprived of food and medicine. And this is exactly what Israel is depending on. Hamas basically thinks they're all going to heaven when they die, apparently. If they had any ounce of decency, Hamas would just say, "Hey, look, uncle." But apparently that's not going to happen anytime soon. So it's really just a standoff between asshole governments. And this other story, Canada to recognize Palestinian state at the UN General Assembly. Britain said they were going to do it, and so did the EU. So it's going to get a little interesting for Israel. They're losing allies apparently, and the U.S. is going to be the last one standing.
Canada to recognize Palestinian state at the UN General Assembly. This article is by Ian Austin and read by an automated voice. Canada said on Wednesday that it would recognize Palestine as a state if the Palestinian Authority commits to making certain changes, including holding elections. Prime Minister Mark Carney said he had received assurances that such changes would be carried out in a call with the Palestinian leader, Mahmoud Abbas, and plans to formally recognize Palestine during the United Nations General Assembly in September. The deepening suffering of civilians leaves no room for delaying coordinated international action to support peace, security, and the dignity of human life, Mr. Carney said following a cabinet meeting largely focused on Gaza. In recent days, Mr. Carney and others in his government, as well as leaders in France and Britain, have condemned the growing humanitarian crisis and rising starvation in Gaza, which Mr. Carney blamed on Israel's refusal to cede control of aid to international organizations. Gaza health officials say dozens of people, including children, have died of starvation in recent weeks. The dramatic policy reversal by Canada follows similar ones by France and Britain, increasing the pressure on Israel to end the nearly 2-year-old war in the Gaza Strip. Israel swiftly condemned the announcement. It is rewarding terrorists, Ido Moed, the Israeli ambassador to Canada, told the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. For us, for Israel, it is only increasing the pressure, and we will not give in to that pressure because this is our security. Mr. Carney said that the recognition was contingent on commitments by the Palestinian Authority to hold elections next year, the first since 2006, to exclude Hamas from that election and any government, and to demilitarize the Palestinian state. Mr. Carney's Liberal Party has called for decades for a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine, but it was always conditional on the two sides negotiating a settlement. For decades, it was hoped that this outcome would be achieved as part of a peace process built around a negotiated settlement between the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority, Mr. Carney said. Regrettably, this approach is no longer tenable. At the United Nations on Monday, Anita Anand, Canada's foreign minister, said that her country would give the Palestinian Authority 10 million Canadian dollars, about $7.2 million, to help lay the foundation for an independent state. She also announced another 30 million Canadian dollars in humanitarian assistance. Mr. Carney said that Canada is working with Jordan and other countries to convey the necessary support to the population in the coming days. After France's announcement, Britain said it would recognize Palestinian statehood, but with a caveat. It would hold off if Israel agreed to a ceasefire. Mr. Carney made his announcement following a call with Prime Minister Keir Starmer of Britain on Tuesday, in which the two leaders discussed the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian disaster in Gaza, as well as the United Kingdom's statement on the recognition of a Palestinian state, Mr. Carney's office said in a statement. Before Mr. Carney spoke on Wednesday, Canada's Foreign Affairs Department issued a joint statement from 15 countries, including France, Australia, and Ireland, calling on other nations to either recognize the state of Palestine or express the willingness or the positive consideration of its statehood before the meeting of the United Nations General Assembly in September. Since he became Prime Minister in the spring, Mr. Carney, the leader of the Liberal Party, has ratcheted up Canada's criticisms of Israel's actions in Gaza and repeatedly condemned the humanitarian crisis there. The Canadian decision to recognize Palestine as a state is likely to strain relations with the United States and President Trump. Mr. Carney's government is currently in trade talks with the Trump administration that, should they fail, could lead to increased tariffs as soon as Friday. Soon after midnight on Thursday, Mr. Trump posted on social media that Canada's decision would, quote, make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. The move is also likely to be divisive domestically.
Yeah. I hope Trump knows that other countries can play the same game. Why is he mixing up tariffs in trade deals with something that really has nothing to do with it? This is like the four Trump is like the 4B movement. You know, if you don't do what I want you to do, I'm going to deny sex. tariffs tariffs are Trump's sex. I guess old men like him, get their jollies from raising tariffs. That's the only thing I can think of. And speaking of old men, Trump sees emergencies everywhere. Judges are considering whether to rein him in.
Washington. Across the U.S. landscape, President Trump sees one emergency after another, and that is posing a host of challenges for the federal courts. Since beginning his second term, Trump has declared in dozens of presidential documents that the U.S. faces emergencies requiring him to take extraordinary actions that circumvent normal government processes. That gambit offers him a path of unilateral action instead of the uncertain route of enacting legislation through Congress. On Inauguration Day, Trump declared national emergencies involving energy production, border crossings from Mexico, and transnational cartels. In the months since, he has proclaimed that the actions of the International Criminal Court, California water regulations, and protests against his immigration policies all constitute emergencies of one form or another. The moves have spurred many lawsuits. While the details vary, the cases share common core questions. When does the law allow Trump to claim power this way? And are the emergencies he is claiming real ones? The president's strategy faces perhaps its biggest test yet on Thursday, when his use of tariffs to address a range of commercial, political, and diplomatic issues he has labeled emergencies goes before a federal appeals court in Washington. The case is expected eventually to reach the Supreme Court. If Trump wins, legal experts say he could claim broad unilateral power to regulate the economy. Almost all presidents are aggressive in their use of executive power, but Trump has gone further with declaring emergencies than other presidents have, says Samuel Bray, a law professor at the University of Chicago. Trump, early in his second term, has built a mixed record in court. Several courts have rejected his proclamation under a 1798 statute, the Alien Enemies Act, that Venezuela is attempting a predatory incursion of U.S. territory through the unauthorized immigration of members of a criminal gang. The president has argued that the law gives him the authority to apprehend Venezuelans and remove them without the typical due process given to immigrants who are residing in the U.S. without permission. In June, a federal appeals court in San Francisco agreed that Trump could use emergency powers to take control of the California National Guard over the objection of its regular commander-in-chief, Governor Gavin Newsom, to protect federal personnel and facilities during immigration raids in Los Angeles. The White House says that Trump's use of emergency powers is well within the limits of his authority. The administration is legally and fairly using tariff powers that have been granted to the executive branch by the Constitution and Congress to level the playing field for American workers and safeguard our national security, said spokesman Kush Desai. Trump enjoyed some success asserting emergency powers during his first term. In 2019, after Congress declined his request to fund a wall along the Mexican border, Trump declared a national emergency and diverted to the project $2.5 billion that lawmakers had appropriated for other purposes. Congress voted to cancel the border emergency, but Trump vetoed the resolution. Lower courts found that Trump exceeded his authority, but a 5-4 Supreme Court issued a temporary order in 2020, allowing him to continue with construction. The justices never got a chance to hear argument over the issue, as President Joe Biden terminated Trump's emergency declaration in January 2021. Biden didn't fare as well when he sought to cancel student loan debt to mitigate the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2023, the Supreme Court said Biden's plan to forgive $430 billion in debt exceeded the powers Congress granted the president to waive or modify student loan programs in response to national emergencies. In the tariff litigation, two federal courts found in May that Trump exceeded the authority granted by a 1977 statute, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, when he imposed tariffs to pressure foreign governments to meet U.S. demands. He said one set of tariffs was necessary to prod Canada, China, and Mexico to step up their fight against fentanyl smuggling into the U.S., while another aimed to goad countries throughout the world to lower barriers against American exports. The Constitution gives Congress the power to impose tariffs, but it can delegate authority to the president. The 1977 law allows the president to take economic steps to deal with unusual and extraordinary threats to America's national security, foreign policy, or economy. Whether the statute provides for tariffs at all is hotly debated, as is the difficult question of whether courts can and should second-guess a president's decision to proclaim that an emergency exists. In court briefs, the New York wine importer VOS Selections and other companies challenging the tariffs say Trump himself acknowledged that there is no emergency. At least 9 times, Executive Order 14,257 describes the trade deficit as large and persistent, the plaintiffs say. A persistent problem that has been a consistent feature of the U.S. economy for 50 years can't be deemed an emergency, they say. In reply, the Justice Department says that trade imbalances have grown into an emergency over recent years.
Yeah, I'll just stop that there. I don't think the courts are going to be able to do shit. Congress has express power over tariffs, but if they delegate it via statute, unless somehow or another the statute is violated, I don't see what the Congress. I'm sorry, I don't see what the courts are going to do about it. So we are over a barrel. The only good thing is that we know that you know all humans have a shelf life. We won't have to endure Trump forever. So that's pretty much my analysis of Trump's emergency, his penchant to declare emergencies. So let's see, what else have we got here? Oh, Kamala Harris has decided she will not be running for California governor. Um, yeah, I think she's done with politics. So, you know, hopefully she'll get some cushy job somewhere.
Harris will not run for California governor. This article is by Laurel Rosenhall, Sean Hubler, and Reed J. Epstein, and read by an automated voice. Former Vice President Kamala Harris will not run for governor of California next year, she announced on Wednesday, foregoing another campaign after her defeat in last year's presidential election and ending months of speculation about whether she would enter the race. For now, my leadership and public service will not be in elected office, Ms. Harris said in a statement. I look forward to getting back out and listening to the American people, helping elect Democrats across the nation who will fight fearlessly, and sharing more details in the months ahead about my own plans. Ms. Harris, a former U.S. Senator and Attorney General of California, had been exploring a run for the state's top office since she returned home to Los Angeles in January. But she had done little to express enthusiasm for the job. She skipped large political events in the state and never reached out to the leaders of major labor unions, which deliver valuable endorsements. Ms. Harris had told friends and donors in recent months that she was weighing her options for the future: a run for governor next year, another run for president in 2028, or a career outside of elective office. Foregoing the governor's race means that Ms. Harris could potentially run for president in 2028, which would be her third such attempt after withdrawing from the 2020 contest and later losing to President Trump last year. If Ms. Harris does run in 2028, she would face a competitive Democratic field, starting with a potential rival whom she has known well for decades, the state's current governor, Gavin Newsom. He has elevated his national profile this year, including...
I'm going to tell you one thing. She's my age, like within months. And to be honest, and I've never had the urge, maybe on occasion I've had the urge to, do something, like politics. But um, I just can't imagine why she would want to be governor at her age. Um, she basically has had a pretty good career. Um, why would be my question. So let's move on. And this next story is dedicated to Be Brave and Think, the man who thinks blacks are the only people who commit crime in the United States because he's so racist. Let's see what this story is all about. And y'all make sure you tell him I said that here. Hold on one sec. There it is.
Breaking tonight, an update to a story we brought you on Tuesday. Arkansas State Police have arrested a man in connection to the double murder of a husband and wife in a state park on Saturday. Now, James Andrew McGann was arrested at a business in Springdale, Arkansas, and charged with 2 counts of capital murder. Clinton and Kristen Brink were killed while hiking with their 2 young daughters. You might have heard about the story. The 2 girls were not hurt in the attack. The mother and father were later found. They had been killed. The girls said they were attacked, and the girls said that one of the parents might have been stabbed. Turns out both of them were killed. This has been going on now, this hunt, for the better part of a week. And now tonight, we have a suspect in custody. The breaking news here on Fox News at Night will continue to follow up as the news comes in.
Now, this is something I guarantee you will never hear Be Brave and Think talk about, highlight, or anything else. Want to know why? Because he doesn't think he thinks, well, you know what, you know how he thinks. I'm not going to even bother, but this is like a major deal. um and first thing I thought, just to be mean, is like, hey, was this guy from that all white little settlement we talked about a few days ago? But that would be mean. White people are too smart. This guy got caught, Bobby Perkins. So I think he is probably more the rule than an exception. White people are no smarter than black people. Let's see. We had a cop shooting up here in my area, and I wonder why the anti-blacks don't talk about it. You know what? Because they don't know about it. They have their Twitter feed set so they only get news about black crime, not crime overall. That's my guess. Now, I don't have a Twitter feed. I've never had a Twitter account, so I don't know. I'm kind of talking out the side of my neck on this one. But yeah, I mean, they know white people commit crime, but it goes it shit. Talk about little Karen and Chad getting hurt when they learn about something bad that white people do. They get just as hurt as Chad and Karen. Let's see here. Stanley question, will you vover the Be Brave versus Hoods? Why would I do that? Was it interesting? I can't imagine why that debate would even interest me. But why would I cover it? I knew it was happening, but it doesn't sound like something I'd be interested in. Let's see. Park Avenue killer bought rifle for $1,400 from his casino boss. Wow.
Park Avenue
Private
killer
private
bought
gun
rifle
sale.
for $1,400 from his casino boss. This article is by Maria Kramer and Chelsea Rose Marcius and read by an automated voice. The gunman who killed a police officer and 3 other people at a Midtown Manhattan office building on Monday bought his Arkansas 15-style rifle for $1,400 from the man who supervised him at his job at the Horseshoe Casino in Las Vegas, New York police officials said on Wednesday. The police did not say during their briefing whether the sale of the weapon to the gunman, Shane Devin Tamura, 27, was illegal, but said the seller had been cooperating with investigators and was not being charged in New York. Mr. Tamura left a suicide note in his Las Vegas studio apartment, where investigators also found antipsychotic prescription medication, the police told reporters at the briefing. Mr. Tamura's note, which was read to reporters, was addressed to his parents. "When I look into you and Dad's eyes, all I see is disappointment," he wrote. "I love you, Mama. I'm sorry." The new details released on Wednesday emerged as New York Police Department investigators remained in Las Vegas, talking to Mr. Tamura's co-workers, friends, and family members. They also plan to search Mr. Tamura's locker at the Horseshoe Casino. The officers were seeking to learn more about Mr. Tamura's mental health and what had led him to New York City on Monday afternoon, when he strode into the office building and began shooting. Mr. Tamura's boss also sold him the black BMW that he drove from Las Vegas to New York before
My
the attack.
God.
Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch said that Mr. Tamura had been scheduled to work on Sunday, but never showed up. By that time, he had already driven through Colorado and was on his way to New York City. The police said Mr. Tamura received 2 phone calls while he was making his way east. One came at 7:41 p.m. on Sunday from Geneseo Ill. The next day, he got a call at 5:19 p.m., about an hour before the shooting, from someone in Parsippany, NJ. Both calls were under a minute long, the police said. The police would not disclose the callers' names, but said their identities were known to investigators. Back in his Las Vegas apartment, investigators found various pills prescribed to Mr. Tamura, including anti-epileptic and anti-inflammatory medications. They also found a tripod, a single rifle round, about 100 bullets for a 9mm firearm, and an empty box for a revolver. That revolver was found in the BMW. Mr. Tamura, who played high school football, was targeting the offices of the National Football League at 345 Park Avenue, Mayor Eric Adams said. But he got off on the wrong floor, the 33rd, which houses the offices of Rudin Management, the company that owns the building. There, he killed a Rudin employee, Julia Hyman, 27. He then shot himself in the chest. Officers found a 3-page letter in his wallet soon after the shooting that referred to chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE, a brain disease that has afflicted people who play contact sports. The note accused the NFL of hiding the dangers of football to maximize profits. In it, Mr. Tamura apologized to the man who had sold him the gun and begged doctors to use his brain for CTE research. "Study my brain, please,"
Oh,
the note said.
wow.
"I'm sorry."
Now we know why he shot himself in the chest. He didn't want his brain damaged. Oh, wow. That is so weird. Damn. I don't know. Wow. That is planning. That is planning. All right. I don't know if everybody remembers that Kiss Cam thing where the astronomy executive got caught with the CFO or whatever she was. She was some C-suite executive, and they got caught on the Kiss Cam, and they were having an affair. I'm like, you know what? Well, I have no idea what this article is about, but apparently, it's astronomer. Apparently they hired Gwyneth Paltrow to do some commercial or damage control or something. So it's such a weird article. I got to hear it. I haven't read it though, but I am a Paltrow fan. I think she's cute as hell.
Gwyneth Paltrow helps turn astronomers' infamy on its head. This article is by Alicia Hardasani Gupta and read by an automated voice. To take control of a scandal that turned a previously obscure data operations firm into a household name practically overnight requires some skillful cunning. And it turns out, the Hollywood A-listers Gwyneth Paltrow and Ryan Reynolds. On Friday, Astronomer, the technology company whose married chief executive was caught on video at a Coldplay concert canoodling with a human resources executive at the firm who was not his wife, capitalized on the heightened attention when it released a video response featuring Ms. Paltrow as a temporary spokesperson. As in, Gwyneth Paltrow, the ex-wife of the Coldplay frontman Chris Martin, and the woman who introduced the world to the concept of conscious uncoupling, became the face of a niche tech startup with roughly 300 employees operating in, quote, a small corner of the data and AI world, as the interim chief executive described it in a LinkedIn post. Astronomer has gotten a lot of questions over the last few days, and they wanted me to answer the most common ones, Ms. Paltrow said
Well,
directly
you know what?
to
Let
camera
me
in a video
turn this
posted on
off and we'll just
Astronomer's
watch
social
the
channel.
commercial. Let's see here.
Thank you for your interest in Astronomer. Hi, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow. I've been hired on a very temporary basis to speak on behalf of the 300 plus employees at Astronomer. Astronomer has gotten a lot of questions over the last few days, and they wanted me to answer the most common ones. Yes, Astronomer is the best place to run Apache Airflow, unifying the experience of running data, ML, and AI pipelines at scale. We've been thrilled so many people have a newfound interest in data workflow automation. As for the other questions we've received, yes, there is still room available at our Beyond Analytics event in September. We will now be returning to what we do best, delivering game-changing results for our customers. Thank you for your interest in Astronomer.
Okay. Well, that's nice. Don't see what the big deal is about, but I guess if you like that sort of thing. So, the next story is my favorite story of the day. What's up, Slick Rick? Um, hold on one sec here. The left, cauc I don't even know how to pronounce this. Caucasophobia, uh, on display over Sydney Sweeney ad. This ad has been getting a lot of airplay, and to be honest, I guess I could understand, um, you know, why it would. Um, but I wonder sometimes if people don't. It's almost like in English class. I remember once asking my AP English teacher, like, you know what? You read a poem, and then you start reading the poem deeply. I mean, do you just make shit up? You know, I think sometimes people read too deeply into the meaning. Now, in this case, it actually was a double entendre, but I don't know. You have to ask yourself, is Sydney Sweeney even smart enough to know, other than it's a play on genes and genes? Most of these people aren't that bright. Um, so I don't think the commercial was that meta. I guess that's what I'll say. So again, this is our favorite new newspaper, Washington Examiner, uh, doing their far right best to make something out of nothing, much like the left is doing, by the way. Um, Says here the left has done some utterly absurd, ridiculous, and offensive things in adhering to its political ideologies. This includes a significant amount of anti white bigotry. You know what? This just reminds me of flack that I get sometimes. It's like pointing out something that is offensive makes the pointer outer offensive. And that's like the new tactic. If you point out a racist, you automatically become the racist. Um, so anyway, it says here left wingers have exhibited an irrational hatred for white people. Sure, they have. Most left wingers are white. I don't know that they're self hating. Through public comments, public shaming, entertainment, and political commentators. They've also utilized discriminatory practices against white people in areas such as college admissions and job hiring processes. Bullshit. Regularly favoring applicants solely based on skin color instead of qualifications or merit. More bullshit. But there may not be a dumber representation of their anti white prejudice and bigotry than the uproar over an American Eagle jeans commercial featuring Sydney Sweeney. So apparently, American Eagle. Why is this? Do I need to log in? Why am I not getting this whole article? I'll have to figure that out. Anyway, I think the ad was done. It wasn't an original idea. From what I've heard, there was a Brooke Shields Calvin Klein commercial decades ago that kind of did the double entendre. But Calvin Klein got in trouble because Brooke Shields was like 15 at the time. And back then, if you were underage and kind of sexualized, you would get in trouble for it. Apparently, not so much these days. Look, Donald Trump is in office, and he had a buddy who was running. He had Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein or Epstein is buddies. So pedophilia isn't what it used to be. It's not called out as much as it used to be. But anyway, Sydney Sweeney's 27. I think the left tends to get too meta. There are people calling it a dog whistle for eugenics. Why, of course, it's a dog whistle for eugenics. Um, why even be that upset about it? I didn't know Doja Cat was a black woman. Can somebody confirm that? I thought she was Asian or something. So, if anybody could just tell me, is Doja Cat really black? And this will dovetail into my newfound conservative buddy, who I won't go into. Well, I will. I'll let him do the talking. What the hell?
Did American Eagle just run an ad for eugenics?
We begin with the backlash over a new ad campaign featuring actress Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, the ads are for American Eagle, and the tagline is, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Now, in one ad, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed actress talks about genes as in DNA being passed down from her parents.
The play on words is being compared to Nazi propaganda with racial undertones.
Compared by whom? You see, this is why you just cannot listen to the media. You can't listen to the media at all. They're completely full of it. Hey, it's being compared to some Nazi stuff. Never mind, they're not telling you who the people are that are comparing it to Nazi stuff. This is classic advertising. I'm selling jeans, and I want other young women to buy my jeans. Those who identify as younger women, those who identify as younger women who like to have a sexy look about.
Oh, by the way, this guy's Barry Cunningham. I just discovered him a few days ago, and apparently he is like a big time hero to people like Deacon Dave. So I didn't know that he lisps so much.
Them, younger women who care about how they look, younger women who want to catch eyeballs. That's their demographic. And you're paying attention to the nutty demographic. The nutballs out there, oh, his son's racist. Guess what? That's not their market. I don't care what those people think. Every single brand will tell you prior to Obama and his crap, I don't care what you think if you're not my market. Sort of like trolls in our chat. We don't care what they think. They're not the people we're doing the videos for. They're not the people I'd want to consider as being subscribers and return viewers. I don't care what they think. That's why SV and the other mods are so quick to boom, you're done. Bye. Don't care. Don't need you. Don't want you. But our media is focusing on the people they don't care as if they're the ones they should be caring about. Completely backwards. American Eagle's so wait a minute, so there's some chicks with nose rings and kind of obese and don't even know what sex they are. And we're mad, or we're supposed to be concerned that they're mad at us? No, it doesn't work that way.
The pun, good genes, activates troubling historical associations for this country. The American eugenics movement in its prime between 1900 and 1940 weaponized.
Now remember those dates, because I'm going to show you something. They're going to.
Okay, well, here's the deal. I don't know why people get so wrapped around the axle about stuff like this. We all know what America is. We all know that people are going to, be all racy with race. So why people just kind of give in and worry so much about the meta? And then the other thing, who the fuck wears American Eagle jeans? Is that a thing? I think I did buy my son a pair when he was in high school. Who the fuck wears American Eagle jeans, and why is anyone with gray hair even talking about it? I guess I should include myself in that demographic. But it is kind of interesting. I think on one hand, both sides are kind of being ridiculous, um, pointing out something that has been going on for centuries, um, and making a big deal out of it. That's a problem on the left. And acting like white people are victims on the right is pretty lame. So a pox on both their houses. Younger women are definitely doing it for the clout before anything else. Older women need. Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? I like my women to wear Levi's.
Going to show these people are completely full of crap. She said 1900 to 1940. She's going back to Hitlerian days and saying, they're trying to be Nazi propagandists, whole eugenics thing.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know American history very well. Where the fuck do you think the eugenics movement started in Nazi Germany? Where do you think Hitler literally invited people over pre-Nazi, before he took power? Hitler basically learned all this eugenics stuff from the American Jim Crow South, Barry. Read your history.
Really? When did you start getting concerned about, people wanting to look, feel, appeal to a certain market? Yeah, we know when it happened. It happened with all this Obama crap because you all bought those glasses.
Yeah, history and commercials and all that stuff started with Obama. Thanks, Obama.
Those were your moniker. Everybody could see, oh, hey, yeah, I'm liberal and I'm crazy. I got the big glasses on. And I want everybody to know when I walk in the room, I'm one of them. Because everybody else was like, oh, there's the glasses. There they are again. That's your brand. Your brand is nut job. Everybody can see when you walk in a room, they start rolling their eyes. Here comes a nut job. Yeah, you own it.
Is the idea of good genes just to justify white supremacism.
Despite that backlash, American Eagle stock has been soaring.
Oh, at the end there. Oh, by the way, yeah, the American Eagle stock has been soaring. Oh, really? You just put that as an afterthought? Maybe you should have put that as your forethought. Maybe that's a thing that you should have led the whole thing with. Here, let me show you. American Eagle stock, AEO, has surged 24% since they started using Sydney Sweeney in her ads. 24%. Their market cap has raised, has added $400 million. $400 million in less than 30 days when they started this campaign. 400 million. Let me just get this right if I can in my head.
This guy does a lot of finance and stocks and financial stuff, right, Deacon Dave? So, people who trade stocks don't care about lisping.
We've just raised an additional 400 million, and we've got these idiots out here saying, it's eugenics. Oh my God, what's happening? You know what? If I'm the director of that company in terms of marketing,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I'm walking into that meeting and I'm high-fiving everybody. I'm realizing right now our team probably got a raise. The brand has probably called up. AE has probably called us and said, we need to extend your contract. You just made us $400 million by putting this blonde-haired, blue-eyed, buxom woman on and just doing a very cheap, inexpensive spot of her just, it wasn't like the Jaguar spot with helicopters and everything flying around. It was just her walking around in a tank top and hanging out, and they made $400 million. For those of you who don't realize this, the single reason you go into business is to make money. You don't go into business to, hey, let me promote DEI. You don't go into business and say, you know what? I need some more of these lefty nuts in here. We need some purple-haired, nose ring. We need all that. Bring them up. No, you have your business plan. Your business plan is, how can I sell more stuff? I don't care if it's a widget. I don't care if it's a cell phone. I don't care if it's a knife from Patriot Attic. How can I sell more stuff? What is my demographic? But the television people say, there's people complaining. These people don't like it. These people are really upset. Who freaking cares? Like Trump said, President Trump is blowing this economy up. And President Trump says, if you take advantage of the opportunities I'm going to provide for you, you're going to make a lot more money. And that's from the top down, the people sewing the jeans, the people packaging the jeans, the people in the retail stores. Everybody's going to be making more money, which is the single reason you opened the business. And I think what they have tried to do is, not tried, you can see it. They have tried to shame people over and over and over. Even some people in our chat have been like, I don't know about making money, man. I'm comfortable. I don't care if you're comfortable. But you can't look down on the people who are in business to make more money. It's funny, last couple days ago, SV and some of the mods and Roaring Rage were dealing with people who are complaining about commercials. I'm telling you right now, if you don't like the commercials, yeah, you might want to unsubscribe and go someplace else. I'm about making money. This is a business. My daughter, my grandkids, my wife, even my two little dogs are like, keep going. That's why we're here. And right now we've got a short window, because these other Republicans and some of the Democrats have lost it. They don't want you to prosper. So when I see this stuff about Sydney Sweeney walking around in a tank top, I'm not looking at her as an object of sexuality. I'm looking at her as a money tree. She's an absolute green goddess. If I'm owning American Eagle, I'm like, yeah, get back out there. If you're willing to prance, I'm willing to pay you, because you're going to generate more money, which is why we are in business. But you wouldn't think that from listening to these nuts.
Down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very jeans. Totally just talking about denim, right? Just a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman explaining how her good genes gave her personality and purity. I mean, are we really going to pretend that this isn't a little fashy-coded? Look, I'm not saying that Sydney Sweeney personally wrote this ad to revive the Third Reich, but American Eagle absolutely knew what they were doing here.
You're damn right they knew what they were doing. At the one statement in her rant, that is absolutely true. American Eagle knew damn well what they were doing. We're going to go back to what actually works. We're going to turn around that balance sheet that's looking like this and go, boom. We're going to make $400 million in the next 30 days. They knew exactly what they were doing. And here's what they're doing. They're telling you people, shut the F up. If you're not buying our jeans anyway, why do we care what you think? If you're not voting for President Trump, why do we care what you think? These people are never coming back. This is what I've been telling you quite some time. And they can't even think about the fact that you're not going to be where they are. And secondly, it doesn't work anymore. The shame, the uproar, the media, it doesn't work anymore. American Eagle's like, I don't care.
Get to drop lines about inherited traits, blue eyes, and great genes, while zooming in on somebody that could have walked straight off of a Nazi propaganda poster and expect
somebody who could walk off a Nazi propaganda poster. I don't know if you've been in the South or even in California. I think they made a song about that. You know, the California girls. That beautiful women, like it or not, have sold. They've sold hats. They've sold jeans. They've sold food. Oh, do you remember the Carl's Jr.'s commercial? If you don't remember the Carl's Jr. commercial, there's probably one of two things. Probably you're a woman. Two, you might be a vegan, so you never watched it, but you definitely ain't a guy. Because the Carl's Jr. commercial makes that jeans commercial that Sydney Sweeney is, yeah, they look like kindergarten. Carl's Jr. said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring out some really oily, greasy women, and we're going to have them in basically tank tops and nothing else, and they're going to prance around eating a burger. That's their commercial. That was the pitch. Hey, okay, well, how are you going to sell my burgers? Okay, we're going to put Paris Hilton and some other really buxom blondie women in like Daisy Dukes and cut off shirts, and they're going to walk. Well, how is it going to sell hamburgers? Because people are going to watch. Oh, I got it. Oh, you mean like eyeballs? Yeah. And so when they think of hamburgers and hungry, they're going to think of these ads. They're going to remember them, and they're going to buy. They want to trigger. See, advertising used to be about triggering memories or experiences. That is what has always sold. The memory, the experience, the duty, like, wedding, anniversaries and birthdays and stuff like that. Kay Jewelers, everything's better with Kay. And then what does she do? You give her the little box and she gives you the big kiss. Where were these people then? Now when they show Kay, it's like two guys. It doesn't ring the same, does it? For anyone who's of the two-sex circuit, why do I want to see a guy pregnant in an underwear ad? Doesn't do anything. These people are never coming back. We have to stop thinking unification, and we have to begin thinking roll over them. I mean, that's a tough thing to believe, but just steamroll these people.
Not to catch that reference. Good jeans used to mean racial purity in fascist circles, and now it's just denim marketing. We are watching fascist aesthetics sneak back into pop culture through fashion ads, trad wife influencers, and yes, now blue jeans.
Okay, you may not have heard that term she just used. Trad wife. Trad wife. I would venture to say that 90% of the people in this audience right here watching this video, if they're married, are trad wives. Like, it's a bad thing to be a traditional wife, a traditional woman. See, that was part of the other thing that they just spelled on these people. You don't need no man, girl. You don't need no man. Don't need no man in the house. You need something. Have your own babies. You don't need no dad. And a lot of women bought into that. I am woman, hear me roar. And they tried to, you can see it. You can see it in the way families have been diminished. You can see it in the fertility rates. You can see all this stuff. This was a grand design. You worried about Nazi? You should have been worried about Sanger. If you don't know what Margaret Sanger was or who she is, even though you're carrying a torch for Margaret Sanger,
now look
that's
at
a
this.
funny thing to me.
Oh wow, this dude is either dumb or he depends on his audience to be dumb. So he's comparing Margaret Sanger to Hitler. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Margaret Sanger basically invented the idea of having baby removal. She truly was a eugenist. Absolutely was a eugenist. But you're ready to get in the street to support Margaret Sanger. That tells you how stupid they are. They promote in their dying breaths. They will get out in the street to advocate for Margaret Sangerisms. But then when you see,
I would love to get this motherfucker up on a panel. I would have his little lispy ass in tears. Dude has no clue what he's talking about. But I never depend on guys like this to have any sense of proportion or have any clue about who got what from whom. Um, yeah, Margaret Sanger had some issues, but she was no Hitler. And the other thing, I'm sorry, folks, I'm just not that like every everything I look like doesn't I don't consider it a money making potential. Yeah, go out and make your money. And if you have a great time, if making money is your passion and fun and you love doing it, great. But you will probably not, hang out with me. I have better things to do. Sanger, yeah, Sanger sold jeans back in her day.
See what Margaret Sanger was really about, you think that Sydney Sweeney is that. You're completely lost. And everything traditional is bad. Trad wife. I don't care.
Okay, see, look at this motherfucker. He thinks trad wives on YouTube are actually like good at like most of the people. I guarantee you, most of the trad wives I've seen probably have maids. They're not doing all that shit themselves. If they were actually trad wives, they would not have time to be on YouTube. They'd be busy with the babies.
Maybe I'm a trad husband. What?
A trad husband.
The problem with everything that's happening is they realize at this point that this uproar, this feigned uproar, is not working anymore.
This was an innocent ad. You have not been paying attention.
I will be the friend that's too woke because those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird.
Seriously? Remember when I was just telling you about demographics? And you want to sell your product to the people who are going to buy your product? No. So why are they making a big deal of people like this who are not even in the demographic and what they're complaining about? Yeah, no, it's weird. It's supposed to be weird to you.
Like fascist weird, like Nazi propaganda weird.
My body's composition is determined by my genes. Hey, eyes up here.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
You know, another thing that advertising does, it makes fun of things in real life. If you've been around a woman who has large ones, and you've been anywhere with a woman who dresses up and goes to dinner, or when she was younger at a nightclub, and she has endowments, that's not odd. I remember when the woman I got engaged to 32 years ago, and I was like a kid in a candy store, like, eh. And you try to make it not obvious, like, eh. And there's times when you've been around people who are like, hey man, you want to look up here? I'm up here. Oh, hi. Tell me, ladies, if you haven't had to tell a guy or two, I'm up here. And tell me, guys, if you haven't been caught going, yikes. I think they made a movie scene about that. Remember that? Was it Meet the Parents or something? Where the kid was like, lunch. What they appeal to is the primal aspect of human society. Men like, who said that? Clay Travis. Men like boobs and beer. Sorry, that's what men like. And they tried to make people not be men. You guys knew about the whole chain called Hooters. That's what they were there for. Hey, if we can put hot dogs and wings and hamburgers with sports and chicks, we got a winning recipe. And for what, 30 years, Hooters they used print money. And guys would go, not this guy. No, I don't do that. I wouldn't disrespect my wife that way. But there are plenty of guys who go, hey, let's go watch the football game. Dude, you're not going there to watch the damn football game. You're going there to get some wings, get drunk, and check out the other things on the field. So this is primal nature humanity on display here. And they're making fun of it because they know everybody's looking at her things. But these people, the blue-haired, green-haired, half binary, half transformer, they can't deal with it.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle
Wait. Oh, that's right. That's the problem. The company's named American Eagle. Oh, God, it's one of those kind of companies. And I don't even think they were patriotic. I didn't see them doing much. But the fact that they're named American, and now also they're selling a sexy woman, you put those things together, and that's kryptonite for these nuts. Which is tell you, this is why they hate Donald Trump. Donald Trump, his entire life as a playboy in New York City, like it or not, was doing whatever he could, whatever he wanted, with whom he could. And most of them were pretty good looking women. And he got accused of this and he got accused of that, which he would probably tell you, yeah, I used to do a lot of stuff. I was a dog. I was a dog. Said every single guy his age with $1 billion. I guess you didn't even have to have the $1 billion. Every guy that age, if you had a few bucks, if you're decent looking, you had game, you were chasing it. You were chasing the cat. Sorry, that might sound offensive, but that's how we grew up. That's how we were groomed. Not to chase that. She made it a point to make this video in front of that flag to let you know, I don't want guys chasing me. I don't want guys looking at me. Well, we can see that. But you have a problem with Sydney Sweeney. So what you are, ma'am, you've just told every person watching your video, you're not in the demographic.
Let's see if he talks about anything else.
And so they know these people here are going to want to see this, and these people here are going to want to see that. Coming back, and that's why they hate you, and that's why they hate President Trump. President Trump, in addition to initiating more prosperity into America, has initiated a completely different way of life, and these people can't take it. And especially can't take people making fun of it.
All right, time now for the 4 at 4 with Leanne and Sandy joining us. A new American Eagle ad campaign is facing some major backlash. The ad featuring actress Sydney Sweeney is a play on the word jeans with the J and jeans with the G. The tagline is, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. And here's where the backlash comes in from some on social media saying the white actress talking about her genes is akin to eugenics, which is the largely discredited effort to improve the genetic quality of a human population. Can we just bring some sanity to this, okay?
That's when you start seeing some people in the news going, can y'all just shut up? I'm serious. I'm reading this script that they put in front of me, talking about people having an uproar. Can we just get some more sanity? Nope, not when you're talking to leftists. The sanity has left the room. It's forever gone. It's never coming back, including, look at the, well, you'll see here, the woman on the lower right is going to try and interject some intelligence to this, and she sounds like a buffoon.
Here's a company that's trying to sell jeans. Sydney Sweeney is pretty. They're using a pretty woman to sell their product. End of story. Yes. There's nothing else going on here, in my opinion.
I agree with you 100%, Larry. I mean, I think you can say anybody can have great genes. If they're traditionally mainstream beautiful, and that could be someone who's Black or Latino or Asian or Hawaiian, anything. A lot of people have great genes.
Yep.
We
I
all
just
have great
think,
genes.
I just think she wasn't reading the room, and I think the company wasn't reading the room. Now's not the time.
Now's not the time. No, we can't do this now. That's no longer accepted. Well, guess what President Trump said? President Trump said everything woke turns to you know what. And he meant it, and he made a push to make sure everybody knows everything woke turns to poo-poo.
And for this, but at the same time, I argue, what if J-Lo would have sold jeans this way? Would anybody have a problem with that?
No,
I don't think so, right? Now, but I do remember, so what makes up somebody who has great genes, right? I mean, like genes, as in Genes, right? Or great DNA. So
I hate when people keep saying right. No, I don't agree with you. And just because you're saying right, I'm not going to go, yeah. No, what makes up somebody with great genes depends on what the genes are for. I had great, fantastic genes. Maybe not here, but I was strong as an ox because my dad was strong as an ox, and my grandson is now strong as an ox. And people are like, where'd you get it? Well, yeah, look at my grandfather. He's a former Hulk. So his genes now at 16 and things he's doing, people are like, hey, man, you shouldn't be able to do that. So, yeah, your genes could be great depending upon what it is you're doing. I can't play basketball. I can't dunk. I can't fly through the air. I could dunk when I was younger, but I couldn't do all the acrobatics these people are doing. Yeah, it's genes. People can sing, and they sing very well, and sometimes...
I understand what he's saying. I understand kind of where he's going. But now he is doing the same thing that all the other people are doing. He's going to this video is like 40 some minutes long. And now we're hearing about his genes. This is what happens when you make videos that are too long, I guess. And Slick Rick thinks Sydney Sweeney is a biological male. I have no fucking idea why you think she's a biological male. And no, I'm afraid it's not common sense, Deacon Dave. It is creepy. It's creepy sense. I think it's weird for... Obviously, he's probably a 60-year-old black man fucking going on and on and on about his grandpa's genes and his grandson's genes and Sydney Sweeney's genes. I think this could have been compressed into 10 or 15 minutes and it would be a whole lot less creepy. So I'm moving on. So since we want to concentrate on color, here's my buddy here talking about how black folks used color to tear each other down. And I actually expected the genes part. Maybe we should go back to Barry and see if he brings up the shake test. You think he's going to talk about good genes and good hair?
If you want to know what it looks like for Negroes to tear each other down without any white involvement, then keep listening. The subjects we'll hear from today are out of Chicago's South Side neighborhood named Bronzeville. And this self-hate took place around the 1940s. Now, some of the stuff that you'll hear today is still said in the black community, so don't be surprised. We're continuing from the 1945
Do you, Bobby?
Black
That's
Metropolis
good to hear. Any hair is good hair once you get a certain age.
Forrest Caton. Order. Two groups within the Negro community are sometimes made to feel ashamed of their color, the very rich and the very light, because the richest brown skin complexion was associated with black, while the lighter skin was associated with white. Those with what they called dark skin were ashamed because it represented reinforced inferiority under the racial hierarchy. And the lighter shade was ashamed because they didn't fit in comfortably into the core of the Negro community, and they were often viewed with suspicion or resentment. We mentioned above some common colloquial phrases derogating blackness, like black is sin, which represented evil or wickedness, and a black look, which is a dirty look. These were some of the phrases tied into blackness that the authors mentioned just prior in the book, and cited examples of partiality to color on the part of Negroes and of whites, like desiring lighter skin for jobs and wives. All concepts learned from slavery, then passed on generation to generation. At the other extreme of the color scale, the few Negroes light enough to pass for white are liable to obscene taunts about the way they acquired their white blood, or can be ridiculed as Rhinies if they have reddish hair. It is this kind of ridicule that was referred to by a social worker in charge of placing children in foster homes when she reported,
"We have the most difficulty in adjusting children at the two extremes. Brown-skinned children seldom seem to have conflicts over color."
Now, most of them were actually brown skinned, at least until you get to the very light ones who share the same or similar complexion to the average white. But other than them, most of them range from light to very rich brown. But when this woman here refers to brown-skinned children, she means those in the middle range. According to her, it was these mid-tone, brown-skinned children who rarely had issues over color. Yet, light-skinned Negroes often learn to adjust either by passing or by forming elite cliques, passing for the white man or clicking up to separate themselves from the more melanated Negroes. They can get a certain amount of satisfaction from the suspicion that the richer people who criticize them are envious. Also, they can retaliate by imputing all sorts of undesirable characteristics to richer folk. Thus, one light-skinned woman described a newly organized club.
"We always had a lot of trouble with the deep-tone women in clubs. We found them disagreeable. You had to be careful of every move you made. So we organized a club that we could enjoy. We went places and enjoyed a lot of opportunities we wouldn't have had if we had had a deeper tone group with us. I found that deeper tone people don't know how to mix amiable. I don't care how cultured and educated they are. They feel they're being slighted by the lighter people."
That's why they separated themselves. They said they were disagreeable, didn't know how to get along in a friendly manner, and always felt like they were being slighted. But are there any valid reasons for them acting that way? That's the question. Let's find out. Consciousness of having an undesirable skin color comes very early. Hundreds of rich-skinned people in Bronzeville report experiences like that of a girl who said,
"My oldest sister, Lucy, was always calling me names and telling me that the buzzards laid me and the sun hatched me. I hate to say this, but she made me hate her."
That's
I don't
one
even know
reason
what
the
that
deepest
means.
colored Negroes had issues with the very light-skinned people. They made fun of them in a way that continued the cycle of devaluing that color. So, of course, they felt some type of way about light-skinned people. A young man reports his reaction to the discovery that his mother was partial to color.
"I knew that my light-skinned brother had always got the preference, but I accepted it because he was older. Whenever somebody went on a visit or to the store, he always went. Then one day, I must have been 7 years old. I was left at home by myself. I was so lonesome that I went over next door to play. When my mother came home, she was furious. She told me I was disgracing myself by playing with black children,
You see that?
that I was melanated
Is his
enough
mother
and should be
African?
satisfied. It was then that I became conscious of the reason I was never permitted to go places and do things like my brother."
You can imagine what this does to the psychology and self-esteem of a person who comes to this realization. Let's keep going. Sometimes play groups drive the point home vigorously.
"I was about 10 or 11 years old when I began to learn what the different colors of Negroes meant.
We were playing house. Some of us were very fair children. Some were light brown and some were very melanated. We were choosing up for playing house. We made the very fair person down the line until we came to the richest children. We tried to make them the servants, but they refused. We couldn't get enough cooperation to play
servants?
house that day.
That was wild. But where did they get it from? These kids weren't slaves, so who did they learn to think like this from? It's from the generations prior, other kids in the community,
I
their
don't know about all
parents,
that, DiCaprio.
all of those folks, all working together, knowingly and unknowingly, to keep passing on the poison to other people's minds. One of the most baffling things to a rich-toned person is his inability to tell when he is being discriminated against because of his skin color. He is likely to be oversensitive and suspicious, to smell a rat that isn't there. That's from being traumatized. It's like someone with PTSD. One young man who has never finished high school owing to lack of money was sure that
light fellows get all the breaks.
He said,
I've often wished to be real light. Those people always get the better breaks.
In this case, other traits than color may have contributed to the boy's lack of success. Most rich Negroes, however, do not sit around wishing they were light. They are much more likely to develop a kind of belligerent and aggressive affirmation of their worth. Some fortunate children have parents who encourage them to overcome their color handicap by striving for superior achievements. One physician who reports that he had been conscious of color all his life told how his family handled the color problem.
When I was a little boy, I guess about 6 years old, my uncle, who was very light, said to me, "Boy, I believe you are getting blacker and blacker every day you live."
Now you know that was wild.
I was the most melanated child in my family. My mother was brown-skinned and my father was very fair. My brothers and sisters used to call me Tar Baby.
Now we know what tar looks like. It's the actual color of black, and there's no confusion about that. So the rich brown color is hyper exaggerated to be forced into this idea of black. This is what the European colonizers did when they went over to Africa, then returned to Europe claiming that they saw people who were all very black. And for some reason, this was humorous and very entertaining in their culture, just as it was with Negroes. So if you've grown up with blacks in the city, the chances are you've heard someone called a tar baby before.
That would hurt me, but my mother would say, "You shouldn't mind. You have more brains than they have." Sure enough, none of them went to school to make anything out of themselves. But it's just too bad to think that one must do extra work to be recognized just because he's a certain color.
He's right. Some parents not only spur the richer child on, but may also humor or spoil him. One woman stated,
I am about the richest girl in my family. I was always sensitive about my color. Mother and my youngest sister are light
Richest?
brown.
Wow.
My brother is medium brown. Kids used to tease me about my color, and I'd come home crying. Mother would feel sorry for me and humor me.
As Warner, Junker, and Adams have pointed out, the way parents handle this color question in the very young child may determine the set of his or her personality. Now watch this. A light brown-skinned mother surprised one of the interviewers with the frank statement of a wish.
I have 5 children, all grown now, 4 girls and 1 boy. 3 of the girls have decent light brown skins, but the boy and the other girl are dark brown skinned. The Lord in heaven knows that I love them all dearly, but he also knows that I wish the 2 dark ones were lighter.
Negroes say some wild things, but this has to be one of the wildest things I've heard Negroes say in a short while. Wishing to Jesus for lighter kids is crazy. Such a feeling is common among parents. They do not wish for fair children, but for light browns or smooth browns. Men, too, often idealize the light brown girl. A very rich brown-skinned young man was being interviewed. At one point in the conversation, he said earnestly,
"To be frank with you,
I am partial to light brown skinned girls. I don't mean yellow women. I think nothing is prettier than a good looking brown skinned woman.
Like I said earlier, the vast majority of them were brown in color, but the mid-tone brown-skinned people were referred to as brown. Another young man of light complexion described the kind of woman he wanted to marry.
I don't want her to be either yellow or too dark. If she is yellow, the first time she called me black, that would be the end. I don't want her too dark, just dark enough so she can't call me black.
What's wrong with being called black? He understood it to be a derogatory word. This was before the 1960s, before the Black Power movement tried to turn it into something positive. But it's got all of this baggage behind it, along with centuries of more negative baggage behind that. So it would take a tremendous amount of energy to really change the entire meaning of black. But even after all that trying, at the end of the day, it's still what? A slave name. Forced on people by who? Slave masters. And that history is one that can never be undone, no matter how much people try. So they either accept that brand or they free themselves and move on. Now, if this person here were alive today, he would most certainly have chosen to move on because he did not want to be called black. Another brown-skinned girl states that though she doesn't want an ashy black or a shiny black husband, she would take such a man if he were a superior person.
But I'd have to be absolutely sure he was superior. My ideal type is a brown skin, so that I could have pretty brown-skinned children. Also, I'd like him to have good hair.
What we're hearing is a mentality that ensures
You hear that,
black
Bobby? You were in
community
luck.
can never get anywhere far because it's got too many people who think like this within it. It's developed to be self-destructive without any outsiders needing to participate in the destruction. Another said that she wouldn't have a black-skinned man no matter what his qualifications.
To be frank with you, personally, I don't even like black coats. And a black man, honey, I just can't use one.
Another woman who had a bitter love experience, her husband had divorced her for a light woman, rationalized the difficulty as follows.
I feel it's my fault, in a way. He always wanted children, and I am so black and ugly, I just didn't want any children to look like myself, so I wouldn't have any. He is so proud now that he's going to have a child of his own. I'm really proud for him. He is a good man and really deserves what he wants. He kissed me goodbye twice. We both cried. Now he is gone.
What more is there to say? Hopefully you have enjoyed this commentary as much as we have enjoyed making it. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
I just cannot get over that sign off.
There were a few ways to climb from the bottom up to the top in the early 1900s Negro community in Chicago. And all of them didn't have to do with making money. Now, let's explore Bronzeville's social ladder to find out what determines status. We're continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by Dr. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Integrity. Black Metropolis is essentially a community of sixth graders, which doesn't necessarily mean they were dumb in the general sense. It just means they were like kids in the academic sense. Formal education was limited for many of them. But academic education is just one kind of education. You have life experience, trade skills, and cultural knowledge. These are forms of education too, plus many more others. While the adults, most of them from the South, have had very limited educational opportunity, the compulsory school laws of Midwest metropolis are keeping an ever-increasing number of Bronzeville's young citizens in school until they are 16 years old. Of these, far fewer go on through high school than among whites, but enough do so to maintain 2 large high schools in the area, which turned out over 9,000 students between 1930 and 1940. Over 60% of these were girls. So the girls began pulling ahead of men way back then. They started doubling down on formal education. And here's why. For the bulk of Bronzeville's population, finishing high school is considered a great step upward. High school diplomas are often ostentatiously displayed in ramshackle homes, and one interviewer's comment on a girl she met is very significant.
The daughter is very proud of being a high school graduate and feels that it reflects considerable ambition and determination upon her part.
It is highly probable that for a large number of girls in Bronzeville, graduation from high school means an increased chance of avoiding domestic service and factory work. They became tired of doing all that manual labor and looked at formal education as the way to get away from it. And what else? It also means a greater likelihood of marrying up. They wanted a better chance to swoop down on a man with a good paying job. So if they had to graduate from high school to get it, then that's just what needed to be done. There is a tendency for girls still in high school and for women graduated from high school to form cliques and social clubs that draw lines tightly against ignorant people. Draw the line means to discriminate. You see, we all discriminate in one way or another. And we have to do this or else we won't have any standards or boundaries. The Earpoise people draw the lines tightly against violent people, those who don't believe in bettering themselves, and much more that I won't list right now. But the point is that the tool of discrimination allows people to include those who share the same values while excluding those who don't. So in this case, the girls who graduated from high school formed social clubs and excluded the academically ignorant. The following comment by a social club secretary is not unusual.
No member is allowed to bring in anyone who does not at least have a high school education.
Those were the rules. Education is an important measure of the man or woman because it reflects earning power, and more importantly, because it denotes a broadening of intellectual horizons and tastes. It becomes a natural basis for clique groupings. In general, too, securing an education is the most effective shortcut to the top of the Negro social pyramid. Money and occupation are important, but an educated man without a high status occupation or a very large income might be admitted to circles that a wealthy policy king or prize fighter would find it hard to enter. Money and a job are important primarily because they offer a base upon which a standard of living may be erected. In the final analysis, the way in which people spend their money is the most important measuring rod in American life, particularly among people within the same general income range. Observe. In Bronzeville, where most incomes are comparatively low, a man's style of living, what he does with his money, becomes a very important index to social status. It is through the expenditure of money that his educational level and ultimate aspirations for himself and his family find expression. Stockyards worker A may spend his $150 a month on flashy clothes and plenty of liquor, while his wife and children live in squalor. Stockyards worker B brings his paycheck home. His wife and children are well clothed and fed, and a bank account for the children's education is piling up. What do we have? 2 examples of people who work the same type of job, make the same amount of money, but have greatly different spending habits. What does this boil down to? Values and priorities. Everyone doesn't value the same thing, which explains how people in similar circumstances experience different outcomes. If we have a list of 100 things that could be done with $150 a month, and the first 10 things on person A's list is to buy flashy cars, fancy clothes, and liquor, then guess what? That's what that person's going to do with that money. If person B's first 10 things deal with saving, buying some decent clothes and food, then that's how that person is going to use the money. Now, it's not like person B necessarily hates flashy clothes and cars. It's just that those things aren't valued enough to make that on the top of that person's list. They aren't worth spending the money on when there's other priorities that are more valued. But it is for person A. Bronzeville puts A and B in quite distinct social classes, which is exactly where they belong, even though they make the same amount of money. Difference in occupation and income sets the broad lines of status division, but standard of living marks off the social strata within the broad income groups. For example, two people with the same income and occupation might be considered the working class, but the behavior of one is considered respectable working class, while the behavior of the other might be considered no good working class. So it's not just income alone that determines status. It's the behavior, morals, values, priorities, culture, all these things and so forth get factored in. And this same pattern continues all the way up to the middle and upper income earning people. This emphasis upon standard of living is apparent in the two statements quoted below from interviews with Bronzeville's professional group.
These people are just common, ordinary people having no intellectual inclination whatsoever. I have known them for approximately a year, and I find they spend a large sum of money on food and don't bother so much about clothes. They are not affiliated with any club or social group. I should put them in the middle class so far as income is concerned, but socially in a class slightly lower.
You see how he made the distinction? They made middle class money, but to him, they behaved like a class slightly lower.
Now, take that house next door. Why? For 3 years, people lived over there who were the nastiest folks I have ever seen. The building was condemned and they didn't have to pay any rent, so they just lived there like pigs or dogs. The water was cut off. The man who had the garage and back used to let them come over and get water. They brought their pails. You should have seen them go in droves after the water. They reminded me of people in the South. Most of them were working, but they were just a bunch of no-good Negroes.
So to him, instead of them being working class, respectable Negroes, they were working class, no good Negroes. During the Depression, the masses of the people were operating on a subsistence budget, which allowed little surplus for savings or culture. The Depression was from 1929 to 1939. The lean years for Chicago Negroes. Within the community were thousands of clients on direct relief, each visited periodically by a caseworker who gave him a small check for rent and food. For other commodities, he went to a government depot. When he was sick, he got free treatment at a public clinic. Others had WPA jobs netting an average of $55 a month. Hurting out there. Obviously, the standard of living for all such was rather rigidly limited, dependent as it was on a meager income, plus what little could be gleaned from policy winnings or earned by occasional domestic service. Many people on relief had been used to something better during the fat years, but had been gradually reduced to subsistence level. The fat years were from 1924 to 1929. Negroes were bulging. They lived in hope that prosperity would return. Thousands of people on relief and WPA were drawn back into productive employment by the industries of the Second World War. That's from 1939 to 1945. The economy picked up because of the war. With plenty of money in their hands, some concentrated on getting ahead, while others devoted their time and money to a round of immediate gratification. That's a value issue again. Some people got the money and they used it to plan for the future, and others got the money and they spent that thing right away. Now, the good thing is that neither of these behaviors are fixed. Sometimes it's just a matter of people needing to be informed so they can change their behavior. But on the other hand, others won't change anything, no matter how much they're informed. So there's a split right here as well. And there always will be, at least as far down the road as I can see. But let's keep going. The business of selecting a pattern of expenditure and saving became vital. All during the Depression, at least a third of Bronzeville's families could be classified as strainers and strivers, which are what? These were people who were determined to maintain what America generally regards as the middle-class way of life. Uh-oh. They were interested in a well-furnished home, adequate clothing, a car, and membership in a few organizations of their choice. Their ideal was to be what Bronzeville calls good livers. Now, there's nothing wrong with any of those items. The problem comes in when people try to break their neck to get them, and they spend more money than what they really have, just so they can be good livers. Wartime jobs allowed them to realize some of these goals.
Good livers.
Those members of the business and professional group who weathered the Depression, and those with stable incomes from civil service jobs, formed the status bearers of Bronzeville. They were likely to look down somewhat on strainers and strivers who had accumulated money but didn't know how to spend it with taste. Thus, one physician ridiculed the pretensions of the climbers.
A person who has little or no background usually feels that it is necessary to have a high-priced car, loud in color, with flashy gadgets that will single him out.
That's peacocking.
Such persons seek houses and apartments in good neighborhoods, but their furnishings are not always in good taste. Yet some of the strivers are smart enough to have an interior decorator when they realize that their knowledge is limited. Now, a person who has education, family connections, and background will satisfy himself with a modest and comfortable home and an inexpensive car.
That's a good choice. Bronzeville's more conservative, well-to-do people, those who are used to something, were particularly critical of the rapidly mobile, especially if the latter had got money through shady enterprises. One man who had a long criminal record, but who opened a successful business, managed to get into an exclusive apartment house. A resident with education, background, and family connections belabored him for his crudeness.
All individuals like Jay feel a need for elevating themselves socially, you know. Well, he's gone in for display and dress with his loud suits. He's dressing a bit better now. I think he must have started buying his things from some good clothing store downtown, and he must be taking its suggestions about his clothes because they are more conservative now.
Standard of living is decisive in measuring the status of a family, and standard of living is one aspect of that important characteristic, front, which is how people conduct themselves in public, authentically or inauthentically. It's the mask that people wear in front of others. And we'll talk more about this in the next commentary. But for now, I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
That are being plundered in its backyard, such as Ireland, and this building of a navy and the building of ships.
Let me stop this.
Then helps to create a working.
This is a video that CKJ3 sent to me. Let's have a look at it. I think we started it and never finished it, maybe. So, oops. Hold on one sec. This will be Portia's favorite person, Teslin Figaro.
The numbers are the numbers. If Black women have the most degrees, we have the most home ownership, if we have the most education, and Black men who I love, I rock with, will never date outside my race. But the bottom line is the stats are the stats. It shows the less amount of degrees, the less ownership.
Hey, brother, y'all gotta get y'all money up.
Yeah.
What happened? Your balls drop off?
Often I hear about Black women who are just focused on dating Black men.
If we Black women want to date a semi-tall, successful Black man that makes 6 figures and has not been to jail, our odds are 1 out of 250. Clearly, those odds are not in our favor at this point. So I want to say to my Black men, what do we do as Black women when we say like the dating pool has pee in it? And it's so hard to find as y'all would like to quote, high value Black man. Y'all know y'all love some Kevin Samuels. What do? I would love for Black men to chime in because 1 out of 250, like, I'm getting discouraged out here. Tell me, what do we do? Like, how do we navigate this?
There is a conversation that needs to be had in-house amongst the straight Black male collective. Black women are excelling in so many different areas. They've mobilized. They got their sister thing. They getting their degrees, getting themselves together. Not all brothers, but many. The only thing they got on their damn resume is audacity.
Ooh.
That's it. Ain't got shit else to offer the world but and audacity. It ain't the gay boys.
More Black women are graduating from colleges, which in turn will mean that of course, there's Black men that are doing well, but if you have more Black women graduating from college, more likely more Black women might do more than financially better than Black men.
Black women are excelling. They're getting accelerated degrees, graduate degrees, doctorate degrees. They're starting businesses. Black women are running circles around men. If Black women are excelling at such an accelerated rate, how do men keep up with that?
The Black men in America, they're few and far in between. People have been saying this, but it really is true. Black men being the weak.
Let me pause this right quick and bring up this comment right. Let's see, where is it? They're getting propped up with taxpayer dollars. Yeah, sure they are. Here we go. So Jesse Lee brings up an interesting point. Why is this not coming up? Hold on one sec. Let me see, can I figure this out? Okay. So right here, this is blackdemographics.com. And since Jesse Lee brings this up, Jesse Lee says Black men with, don't know, why are you spelling it BLATT? Men still out earn the queen, and you spelled queen QUEAN, mother, earths and goddesses. No idea what any of this means. You can actually spell queen with an A, believe it or not. So I guess I can't mark through that with a red pen. But let's see here. Let's see. Employment status. Right here, total. And as a matter of fact, let me drop this link in the chat. This page has a couple different bar charts. One is how many Black men and women are in the labor force. And then the second bar chart is Black men, women's dollars, who earns what. So I'll drop those in the chat so you can follow along with me. And I'll call it Black earning, just for short. Because it's not that big a separation as you might think. If I recall, I could be wrong. So it says here, total men and women. This is how many Black men and women are in the labor force. Total men and women. Black women, 16.9 million. Black men, 15.1 million. And that is 16 and older. That's employment status. Worked full-time year-round. More Black women than Black men, but not by much, by, basically it's even. Part-time, less than year-round, more black women than men are working. No earnings all year. Black women lead in that category too. And then we will look at salaries. So black men, 100,000 or more, out earn, or I'm sorry, more black men make 100K or more than black women by 200,000 or so. 65 to 99, pretty much even, black men and black women. 50K to 64K, pretty much even. 40K to 49K, pretty much even. The only two categories where black women outdo men is in the 20K to 29K, basically 20 to 30K, and then 1 to 20,000, and then above 100,000 or more. So if you're not making 100,000 or more, black men and black women are about equal salary wise, all the way down to the 20K to 20K to 30K. And then as far as who's in the workforce, I wouldn't be, there's not a whole lot of daylight. So this is blackdemographics.com. That's where I'm getting my stats. I don't know the underlying. I don't know how they got their numbers. If you want to do deeper research, go ahead and do deeper research. I'm not going to do it. But the notion that black men are far outperforming black women, simply not the case, at least according to blackdemographics.com. So let us move on.
Weakest links. It's nothing new under the sun.
This is what I mean when I say black men are the weakest links.
Black men are the weakest link. 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 Men are the weakest link. Black 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 men are the weakest link.
I put together a breakdown of the 12 most important social media.
Hey, Jesse Lee, this point right here, black queens work in the public sector, sucking off the taxpayer dime. Well, guess what? When you go to buy groceries, the checkout clerk doesn't care where you got the money from. This argument that you're making in this particular comment is the weakest link. Don't be the weakest link.
Media talking points that
Yeah,
can
I'll
be
drop the link,
quantified,
CK.
and I rank them between black men and black women. I didn't do this to cause a competition. The only reason why I brought this up is so people can shut the hell up about this whole level thing, and we can stop having these dumbass conversations about who does more in what particular categories. I put everything
True, that is
into
dumbass.
one breakdown to show you guys how things shake out. Okay, so at the top there, it says black men versus black women. Bachelor's degrees are higher. You guys can go on my page. You can see all the videos. I have all the links in the descriptions so you guys can get any information that you need from this live stream. So if you're asking where are the references, go to my videos and you will find them. So this is the education argument. So as you guys can see there on the far right, you see that green? That indicates who's leading, who won this particular round. So percentage with bachelor's degrees. Black women, 29.3%, as I mentioned earlier. Black men, 22%. That's a 7.3% difference in favor of black women. And then total population, black women, degree holders, 3.5 million. Black men, 2.2 million. That's a 1.2 million difference in favor of black women. If there are any arguments about degrees, black women have more degrees than black men, which is why they won that round. Okay, and I'm saying won because if some odd reason it seems like it's a competition in the black community. So I'm giving you guys credit, both ends, black men and black women. So y'all can shut up about the conversation. Black men versus black women, STEM degrees. And this is from 2012 to 2022, of course. Total STEM degrees / certificates, black men 326,000, black women 199,000. That is 126,000 difference in favor of black men. Percentage of total STEM degrees, 7.5% black men across all years, and then 4.5% for black women across those years. That is a 3% difference for black men, which means that black men win that round. So in STEM degrees, if you guys have a conversation on anybody's platform, black men hold more STEM degrees than black women. Black women versus black men breakdown for student loan debt, both in total amount and average loan size. Okay, so at the top there, the category is average undergrad debt. Black women hold 41,000 undergrad debt on average. Black men 35,000 undergrad debt. That's a $5,801 difference. Black women have more debt. Average graduate degree debt. Black women $75,000. Black men $61,000. That is $13,000 more than black men. Black women own more debt in the graduate degree department. Then percentage of black borrowers who are women, 66% are black women. Black men, 34%. Women are 2/3 of black borrowers. 2/3. So black women borrow more money than black men for college. Cumulative debt total, $929 billion. That's 66%. Remainder, 34%, 1.6 trillion. Women hold the majority of the debt. Okay, black women, more debt. So if women own more college debt, black women own more college debt in total as well. So in that particular category, black men lead. You see the red, that would be considered a negative. Black men versus black women, student parents in college, which is very important. Percentage of college students who are parents. Black women, 40%. Black men, 21%. That is a 19% difference. Black women lead in that particular category. There are more black women who are parents in college than black men. Single parents in college. 62% of black mothers are single when they are in college. Only 39% of black men are single fathers in college. Mothers are 1.6 times more likely. Black women, that is a negative. Married parents in college, 38% of black mothers are married, as opposed to 61% of black fathers are married in college. That's important. And like I said, man, you see how these numbers shake out when you break them down? Because people like, and I hate that the black community does this, black women got more college degrees than black men. But did y'all actually ever sit down and look at all of this information that goes along with this? This is crazy, right? I know this is some new information for a lot of people. That would be considered a positive if the majority of the black fathers are married. That's a positive. So black men win in that. And then total student parents, of course, 2.7 million mothers for black women, 1.1 million fathers. Mothers equal 70% of the total. There are more black women who are parents in college. So black men win that group as well. Income, black men versus black women. And this is from 2024 and 2025 first quarter results. For 2024, the weekly annual income, black men, it was $1,002.
Let me pause this right quick because I went and did just a quick search. I'm not gonna get too deep into it because I don't care that much, to be honest. But this story is 4 months old. The most salient point is that the federal workforce the federal workforce is roughly 60% people who identify as white. So that it affected more Black women than any other demographic, if that's what you mean, Jesse Lee, that's impossible numerically. If 60% of your workforce is white, Black people make up 18.5% of the federal workforce. This is as of what is it? July or August now. Or is it still July? Still July. So this is as of February. If 18% of the federal workforce is or 18.5 is Black, they're going to be Black women will not be the most affected unless you want to talk about per capita. And, that's up to you to prove. I'm not that interested. So let's get back to this video. Oops, you know what? I didn't switch back, did I?
There are more Black women in the workforce. There are more Black women in our Black population. However, that doesn't shake out in regards to.
Okay, here's the deal. There are the federal government. Let me find that thing. Did I? Oh, there it is. The federal government had a high. There were more. The percentage of that's all U.S. Yeah, the percentage of Black people, the way this chart is broken down, the government employed or employs a higher percentage of Black people than the private than I guess the private sector did, but not by that much. It's roughly 7 points. Okay, I don't have a breakdown of the Black percentage by sex, and but what I'm saying is that I don't really care. You're gonna have to prove your numbers. I'm not gonna do it for you, Jesse Lee. It wouldn't surprise me if Black women were more affected, but what does that mean? Why is that important that Black women were more affected? You need to help me out as to why that's significant at all. Is it because you're manosphere? I don't quite get it. Why is it so important that Black women are more affected? What point are you trying to prove?
100K earners. Yes, there are more Black women, but Black men still have more
Black women
100K
have been
earners,
lying
okay?
about what?
Just the facts. I don't care about your feelings. Black men versus Black women home buyers. And I did it for the single Black population. Single Black women, give yourselves a pat on the back. 33% are percentage of Black home buyers. They are leading. Single Black men, only 12% own homes. I know you got. Let me bring myself up here because I know what's next. Men don't tend to purchase homes when they don't have a family. I agree with you. However, when we're doing this breakdown, none of that shit matters. All of the excuses in regards to why black men or why single men in general don't buy
I run
homes,
circles
the
around
black community
all
don't care
men,
about
not
that
just
shit.
black men.
Okay? So you just wasting your breath or you wasting your keystrokes if you type that in the chat. I'm telling you, if you get on somebody's platform and you mention that, then black women gonna probably cuss your ass out because they take pride in that 33%, the single black women, okay? Just want to, you can do it, but I just want to put that disclaimer out there. But overall, the black community, the majority of our homeowners are married couples, okay? But black women actually represent the highest group of singles who, by percentage points. So that 33% is the highest among all singles. So again, shout out to black women. Black women actually win that category. They win that group. Black men versus black women, overweight and obesity. This is important for important conversations on the dating market. Overweight or obese, black women 79.6%, black men 70.9%. That is an 8.7% difference. Black women are higher. Obese only, black women are higher. CDC 2018 obesity snapshot, black women are higher.
Okay, women always have more body fat than men, so that's not that big a surprise. What does surprise me is that 70% or 70% or 71% of black men are obese. That's an insane number. It's unexpected that 70% of black men are overweight. What the fuck? Women have more body fat. They're always going to be fatter than men, even if only slightly. The next time I hear someone like Deacon Dave who talked about fat women, dude, you might want to start thinking about how fat black men are. Apparently 70% of black men are considered obese. I had no clue. That's amazing.
2017 to 2020, and I got three just to be clear. 58% obesity only, 40% obesity only for black women in favor of black women. Okay? So
Richard, I'm trying to figure out what Jesse Lee's point is.
Less obese and less overweight than
so black women are more
black
affected.
men versus black women when
I'm
it
trying to
comes
figure
to
out why that's
ownership of
important.
black-owned businesses. Percentage of black-owned businesses: black men 59%, black women 41%. That is plus 18 percentage points in favor of black men. Very simple. Black men own more businesses than black women. And then marital rates: black men versus black women. Pew Research Center 36% to 29%
You
for
guys
black
have
women.
a
That is a 7%
huge problem.
difference. And then the black
You guys have a huge problem with numbers and context. So your point is that black men are tied with with white men in terms of weight. Well, Americans are the most overweight population on earth, for starters. So we all collectively have a problem. So if 70% of white men are overweight and 70% of black men are overweight, oh, everything's okay because we're tied with white men. Man, that is I don't know what the fuck to say. 70%. The problem is the 70%, not who you're tied with. And if 80% of women are overweight and 70% of men are overweight, women always have more body fat than men. Men have more muscle mass. That 70% of any race of men are overweight, that is a huge problem. And if you're taking comfort that it's less than women, well, you men are always going to be less body fat than women, at least in general. And that you're tied with another demographic for obesity, uh, that's cold comfort, sir. That's cold comfort.
demographics, they reported theirs from 2021. It was 34 to 27% still a 7% difference.
We still
so
the
black
best.
men actually lead in that category. Black women have birthed more children than black men have fathered. And you can see the breakdown right there. We've covered this from 2006 to 2010, 2011 to 2015, 2015 to 2019. Now, the reason why this is a positive for black men is you are more marriageable on the dating market if you don't have children. We know how prevalent this is. Those men and women go at the top of the dating pool. When you don't have kids, you're at the top. It's just something that you all got to understand. All right? Not so much men. I'm talking to the women. Y'all know how these conversations go. Incarceration rates. Even though this is expected amongst all men and women, yes, in the black community, this is important. So 666,000, which is a crazy number of total black men incarcerated. 74,000, which represents 10% of the black community that are incarcerated for black women. So that's a total of 740,000. And then the percentage is 2.87% of total black men. That is 23.2 million black men. So even though it is 666,000, that small amount compared to the total population of black men only represents 2.87%. So if the question is, where are the good black men? They're running around out here. To make it plain and simple, they out here. Let's stop that narrative. And then for black women, that is 0.30% of their 25 million population, which is actually an amazing thing. Black women actually decreased their incarceration rates at a lower rate than black men. So shouts out to black women. So men are incarcerated at 9.5 times the rate of black women. Percentage not incarcerated, 97.1 million for black men, and then 99.7% for black women. Okay, not too huge, big of a gap, but it is what it is. Then the difference is 592,000 more incarcerated black men than black women. Black women win that category because that is very important on today's dating market. As of now, those are the most important social media talking points in the black community. So I just cleared all that shit. Bachelor's degrees. Who leads? Black women. Why it matters. Education often correlates with stability and social compatibility. So black women, remember that. You having more degrees than black men, that's why it matters. Make sense, guys? STEM degrees. Black men. Higher earning, high demand career fields, which is absolutely a positive. Less student loan debt. Who leads? Who has less student loan debt? Black men. Financial burden and long-term planning. Okay, so that's why it is a negative. Okay. Fewer student parents. Black men have fewer student parents. More flexibility, fewer obligations. That's why if you have no children on the dating market, that puts you at the top of the list. Based off other things as well. But first thing that people look at is do you have buckaroos? Okay. Now, higher median earnings. Black men. Why it matters. Financial provision and stability. Okay. More 100K earners. Strong economic positioning in favor of black men. More home buyers. Black women. Long-term planning and asset building. So that's actually a good thing. Okay. Of course, it's a good thing. Black women, give yourselves a pat on the back. Lower overweight/obesity rates. Favor of black men. Health, attraction, and discipline. That's why it matters for dating. More business ownership. Black men. Entrepreneurial drive and leadership. So shouts out to you, black men. Higher marriage rates. This demonstrates commitment and selection. Those married black men represent the total population of black men. So when you're considering marriage, black men are more marriageable than black women because they have a higher rate. They've shown that they can get married at a higher rate, even though there's close to 1.5 to 2 million more black women out there. Black men still are married at a higher rate, which is why it demonstrates commitment and selection. Black men are choosing women, women are choosing black men. May not be high, 36%, which is somewhat respectable. It can, I'm pretty sure it's going to get higher. But yeah, that's why. Fewer with children, that's black men, fewer obligations, and greater dating flexibility. And then lower incarceration rate in favor of black women, freedom, safety, availability. So that is a positive for black women. Shouts out to you. Categories 1, out of those 12, 9 belong to black men. Black men won 9 out of 12 categories. Less debt, higher income, better health, fewer kids, more marriage ready. Black women won 3 out of 12. More educated, more likely to be homeowners, far less likely to be incarcerated. So those are the positives for both groups. 9 wins for black men, 3 for black women. Evaluating dating prospects, black men versus black women based on the 12-point scorecard. Let's assume each of the 12 factors reflects a positive trait in the dating/marriage market, such as financial stability, lower baggage, debt, obesity, incarceration, and greater.
Well, I don't know. Jesse says kids not out here beating their chests saying the adults are the weakest links. Now are they? Have you ever heard of the generation the generation gap? Every time somebody uses the term boomers, yes, they are literally saying, kids are literally saying adults are the weakest link. I hear it several times a week on this channel. So yes, kids are the weakest link, and at 60, I think all of y'all are kids. So we we will go from that. Well, no, Jesse, I was making a joke about the Kangs. You said the Queens aren't the best. I'm asking if the Kangs are the best. And the other thing, it is odd to me that men would be getting in their feelings about what some random woman says. I don't get it. The only woman you should care about is your woman and your daughters and your mother, women that are related to you. Some random woman on the internet. Now I just had an encounter with bomb cherry juice. So, I kind of know how you feel, but I'm pretty much over it. Big, for several reasons, which I've talked about. So yeah, I mean, I can understand how you might temporarily get in your feelings, but in the end, it really doesn't matter what some random woman says if you don't see her on a daily basis. Now, if you have to live with her, or you're somehow related to her, like if she's an ex with your kids, yeah, you might have to worry about it a little bit more.
Ability, our greater availability, being childless or not incarcerated. Conclusion: who is the better
No,
dating
I disagree
prospect
about the
on
culture
paper?
part.
Statistically, based on this data set and the factors that matter in long-term relationships, black men come out as better dating prospects overall in 9 out of the 12 categories. They are less burdened by student loan.
And I'm gonna be odd. I'm gonna be weird here too. Why is that important? Why is the fact that men win and on paper are more marriageable than women? Can someone help me? CKJ3, if you're out there, maybe you can help me. Is this to place blame? Like women, men are more marriageable. Why aren't y'all out here marrying us? Could be because you're actually doing polls about who's more marriageable instead of out there looking for a good woman.
Debt, earning more and more likely to make 6 figures, less likely to be overweight or already parenting, more likely to own more
Yeah,
businesses,
all women are
and
saying
be
that, Deacon
married,
Dave.
demonstrating commitment, as I stated. Yes, black women are better educated and far less likely to be incarcerated, which are huge positives, especially in professional and legal stability context. But when it comes to total dating market readiness, financials, freedom, family obligations, and health.
Okay, and the other thing I'm going to warn you folks about, in aggregate, and paper is not reality. I've been on some of these panels on different shows. I can tell you right now, uh, if if I had to go by what I've seen on YouTube panels, they're both have problems. I'll just leave it at that.
The data favors black men. But I'll put a caveat in here. This is a statistical generalization. Individual character, communication, emotional health, and personal values
Yeah, I agree with
matter
that,
far
CK.
more in actual dating success than averages. I made sure to mention that because when Kevin Samuels used to present his high value thing, people used to always say, well, what about character? Brother, we can't quantify that. Everybody be acting a fool out here sometimes. Okay? So you got to figure that out for yourself. But as I stated before, on paper, based off of the social media conversations that folks like to have, black men are the better dating option. So this is for every black woman who is saying that black men aren't on their level. Black men, in regards to on paper, they are above the average black woman's level, whatever the hell that is. So we can stop that foolery right now. And like I said, I did that video about the LGBTQ population and the gay black men going at black men for some odd, or heterosexual black men for some odd reason. That one dude that put out there saying that, yeah, on averages, black women are the better option.
Often I hear about black women who are just focused on dating black men.
Brother, here are the statistics. And I encourage people to fact check. As of now, black men are the better dating/marriage option. Sweet Christmas.
I'm going to tell you what this actually sounds like. Is this some site where, if black men are better dating, does he expect other black men to date black men? That's actually what this comes off as. This is like one of those games you would play at a gay bar. You just sit there figuring out, this sounds really I don't know. I think the topic is just weird. You don't date, like a whole group of women. You date one specific person, and she's either marriageable or she's not. I'm just struggling to see what the reason to quantify this. What problem does it solve? So that is that. And let's see, the next thing, I don't know if we're going to listen to all of this because John has a show at 10:30, and I don't know that I really want to do a long show today. But this is our buddy Amy Wax talking about the perilous quest for equal results in academia. So it's always a pleasure to hear from Amy Wax, and this is 6 years ago, so she's aged, but not necessarily like a fine wine.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the program on constitutional government, and our speaker today is Amy Wax, Professor Amy Wax. Professor Amy Wax is an accomplished troublemaker. She doesn't look very frightening, but somehow she's caused fright in many people, and I hope I'm not accomplishing trouble for you in calling you that. She's a professor of law at the University of Pennsylvania Law School. She's published widely in law journals addressing liberal theory, welfare work requirements, the economics of federal disability laws, and she's working now on same-sex marriage, disparate impact theory, and group demographics, rational choice and family structure.
Hey, Jesse Lee, as soon as a woman says that on my panel, I will make sure to ask her what's the point of bringing that up. Because the same thing, you're not dating, statistics on a piece of paper. You're dating an individual. Just make sure the man that you are with, you're not running circles around. Because if you have a problem with that, go find another man. So don't tell me what I would say. Of course I would say that. Same point.
The law, the neuroscience of deprivation. And her most recent book is Race, Wrongs, and Remedies, Group Justice in the 21st Century. She was an assistant to the Solicitor General in the Office of the Solicitor General of the U.S. Department of Justice in the late 1980s and early 1990s, and argued 15 cases before the U.S. Supreme Court. She's a graduate of Yale, and then she's got a medical degree, an MD from the Harvard Medical School, and after that, she went to Columbia Law School. So Amy Wax, and she's going to talk on the perils of the quest for equal results in academia.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm delighted to be here back in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where I spent a number of years in my long and fractious academic career. Here's how I'm going to go in this talk. I'm going to begin with a brief account of some recent experiences I had at my home institution, Penn Law School, and then try to draw some broader lessons from that experience for the future of the academy and society as a whole, and in particular for the future of free expression. And I will try to be brief because I know that Q&A is the best part of any presentation, although I also know that it's hard for law professors to be brief. And my strange saga began on August 9th of 2018 when I published an op-ed with San Diego law professor Larry Alexander in my local newspaper, the Philadelphia Inquirer, entitled "Paying the Price for the Breakdown of the Country's Bourgeois Culture." The piece listed some ills currently afflicting American society and suggested that a renewed embrace of so-called bourgeois values, that is, the well-worn cultural script for mature adulthood that prevailed before the 1960s, might help relieve some of those problems. In what became perhaps the most controversial passage, we pointed out that all cultures are not equal. Some are more successful in preparing people to be productive in technological societies than others. In an interview the next day about the op-ed in our school newspaper, the Daily Pennsylvanian, I defended the assertion that some cultures are better than others. Functionally superior was the term I used, by pointing out how people vote with their feet. Global migrants flock to white European countries and don't risk their lives in rickety boats to go to Venezuela or Zimbabwe. However, I was told that at least one of those places is landlocked. Our piece and the selected statements quoted in the paper evoked a firestorm from the media and in academia. Groups at Penn and elsewhere labeled me a racist, bigot, white supremacist, xenophobe, hater, that familiar litany of accusatory terms, and we know them all. Some colleagues published a piece criticizing our praise of the 1950s on the grounds that the shortcomings of that era, which we acknowledged in the op-ed, rendered the whole period irredeemably evil. A flimsy argument, but at least an argument.
Let me pause this right quick to thank Lupin, who is sponsoring the show today. And I guess I should say, hey, everybody, please make sure that you hit the like buttons. And if you are in the John Galt Urban Landlord channel chat, please hop over to the @Stanley Cross 6000 chat and hit the like button for me and subscribe to it. Because I do occasionally do video essays and stuff. I haven't done one this week, but I think I did one last week. Make sure you also subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. That's where John's shows get clipped, and clips from his from his street interviews. Go there. Make sure you support the host. You will definitely inspire him to do a weekend show. Thank you, Lupin. I don't have anything as far as I know to do this Saturday, so I'll make sure not to do a long show because as a matter of fact, what I may do is think and actually do like a show theme. Because you know me, I'll bore you with history and stuff like that, but maybe we can think of something. And I'm open to suggestions, by the way. I've had a couple people tell me, hey, I want to do a show on a specific topic. Saturday is the perfect time to do it. So I can drop my email address, or if you already have it, because a few of you do. So make sure you support the host. I do maintain a few subscriptions, even as John Galt called it, the old man New York Times. I guess they call her the gray-haired lady now. But and make sure you support Portia, our executive producer. I thought I saw her in the chat earlier. But it is much appreciated, Lupin. It is much appreciated when you all support the host and the show. And let's get back to my buddy Amy Wax. By the way, what I wanted to say about her, she has a very long history. This video is 6 years old. It's always people like Amy Wax who are the most, I would say, the most adamant free speech advocates or free speech absolutists. It's always the people who say things that are, borderline vile. Why make a culture argument? She has a point. She has a shtick. She's free to say. But what people like her can't accept is that there are consequences for your free speech. And currently, I think she's on some sort of suspension with half pay or something like that. Here's the deal. She has gone through, some medical issues. She's over 70 years old. Why not just retire? Then you can say whatever the hell you want to say when you want to say it. But she persists. After 10 years of people say of your bosses and fellow faculty members and students complaining, there comes a time when, the behavior just becomes intolerable and your employer has to take action. So she has been a professional victim. She has some points, but in my opinion, she's been an overeducated professional victim for a decade. And so I'm always entertained to see her talk, but she does tend to be a one-trick pony and a one-trick racist pony like Palomino Ricky Z. She could be that one-trick pony's, broodmare. So let's get back to the festivities.
But not long afterwards, 33 of my colleagues, law professors, half of our faculty, signed a so-called open letter in our school newspaper that, quote, condemned and categorically rejected, unquote, all my views. That letter contained no justification, explanation, or reasons. It was devoid of any argument. It didn't even specify the views it was condemning. After a storm of online criticism of the letter, 1 month later, the main instigator, our own little Torquemada, posted a rambling 15,000-word refutation of our tiny 800-word op-ed on the website Heterodox Academy. He argued, in effect, to the extent that I can figure out what he was saying, that bourgeois values are worthless and make no difference. Once again, an argument. In response, however, I asked him personally whether he would rather live in a neighborhood where 85% of the people abide by bourgeois values or one where 85% flout those values. He categorically refused to answer me. I don't do hypotheticals.
Well, number one, you don't do hypotheticals. And number two, what is your point? You do live in a neighborhood with bourgeois values. The answer is you criticize the values. You don't necessarily criticize the people. And what people like her and Be Brave, because I swear a lot of her points are just more sophisticated, but on the same plane of existence with Be Brave's racist attitudes. People living somewhere that they can't afford to get out of, they need help. They don't need criticism, and they may not be able to help themselves. There are people who want to live in places that don't have, the bourgeois values. But one thing, if you are the people like her insist that American culture is bourgeois value culture, and that is just not the case. Her culture argument is flawed. That's the problem. Okay, American culture has many facets to it, but it's all American culture. The inner city is the same American culture that you find anywhere else in America. It may be different. It may be a subculture. It may be a different facet of the same thing. But the bottom line, she is sowing divisiveness. Okay, she is othering other Americans, and that is a problem. You don't make a unified unified populace or demographic with her kind of rhetoric, and that's that. She is one of the more divisive people that you'll ever hear. She likes to other people.
He said, having argued before the United States Supreme Court, I can assure you that the Chief Justice would not be amused. And despite his argument and his evasion, he never explained to me, and no one ever did, why it was necessary to gang up and publicly condemn me first. That summer, one colleague told me angrily that the hurt and damage I inflicted on Penn Law through the op-ed ruined his summer. That's a quote.
Oh, by the way, bourgeois values include civility and words. So I'm not exactly sure she's living up to the bourgeois values that she wants others to live up to.
Mother said the open letter was necessary to, quote, get my attention, so I would, quote, never write anything like that again. In other words, please shut up. These were not responses friendly to dissenting views, to say the least. My colleagues repeatedly used language that one would use against an enemy, not a.
Yeah, this is a bunch of whining. Let's see here. The op-ed, let's see. Public-private distinction. We're going to skip ahead a little bit to the next section.
That means that private institutions like Penn and Harvard technically can censor all they want. So this is not about legal rights. Rather, I want to make a normative point. They should not. They should give the widest possible ambit to dissent, because I submit that is essential to their educational mission and indeed to the integrity of our democracy as a whole. Now, who is responsible for these developments, for this hostility to genuine dissenting views? With few exceptions today, as we probably know, it is the progressive left, because the progressive left dominates academia. And what that means is that increasingly power and politics determine who gets to speak and what they get to say. I submit that our universities and our elite universities, especially, are no longer sites of free and fearless inquiry. They have become sites of orthodoxy, mercilessly enforced. As Jonathan Haidt and Heterodox Academy stated in response to my colleague's open letter condemning me, every open letter you sign to condemn a colleague for his or her words brings us closer to a world in which academic disagreements are resolved by force and political power,
That is
not by
such
argumentation
bullshit.
and persuasion. And that is the world that we occupy today. Now, this brings me to the denouement of my story and some lessons I want to draw from that, and I will get to the topic of the quest for equal results. Sometime after my op-ed appeared, student activists at the Black Law Students Association at Penn, who were continually looking for dirt on me, unearthed and then complained about a podcast I did with Glenn Lowry, who is an economics professor at Brown, on a site called Blogging Heads. I made the point in that Blogging Heads, as part of a broader discussion, that racism was an implausible explanation for many of the disparities observed between minorities and other law students, both in school and beyond school. For example, in obtaining prestigious judicial clerkships or partnerships in elite law firms. There had recently appeared an article in the New York Times about partnerships in elite New York law firms and the paucity of minorities there. Rather, I said student performance, student grades, so-called supply side factors, to use the economist parlance, are a better explanation. Then Glenn Lowry turned to affirmative action, which is a special interest of his. In response to his queries, I said, and these were the words objected to, that I could not recall any Black students at Penn Law graduating at the top of the class, and that in my own first-year civil procedure class, which I teach every year, where I have about 100 students, I rarely remembered any scoring in the top half, perhaps a handful in 20, 25 years. I, of course, was drawing on my own experience in making this assertion, but also my experience on the clerkship committee, where I see student rank. I went on to speculate that affirmative action sometimes places minority students in settings where they are academically overmatched, hardly an original observation, and that this might pose an uphill battle for them. Once unearthed, my observations, my few sentences about student performance went viral, resulting in a social media blitz and renewed demands that I be fired or at least removed from my mandatory class. This time, the dean caved. He acquiesced in short order, and he announced the decision with no notice to me in an email sent to the entire Penn community. I want to pause for a minute to contemplate what that message said and what it did not say, because I think that message is emblematic of the way things are discussed in academia today. The dean claimed that my assertions, which he said were false, inaccurate, but in a typical catch-22 fashion, offered no data to back up the claim, and indeed stated that the school did not collect information by race. He said that through those statements, I had violated confidentiality rules, no authority for that, but above all, that I had spooked my students. That Black students assigned to my class, quote, may reasonably wonder whether their professor has come to conclusions about their presence, their performance, and potential for success, and quote, that they may legitimately question whether her belittling statements will adversely affect their learning environment. Now think about that. The statements I made, which the dean insisted were inaccurate, with no factual backup, will, quote, adversely affect their learning environment. It is worth asking, what does this mean and how do we gauge those effects? Can we examine these statements objectively? Do minority students in my class earn lower grades than in other first-year classes? Of course, the claim that I actively penalize them is a non-starter because we have blind grading at Penn Law in the first year, a fact that the dean omitted to notice. Maybe it means my presence in the classroom impedes their learning, but then minority students should have measurably worse grades in my procedure class than in others. And all of this can be established by looking at the numbers. But so far, no effort whatsoever has been made to examine the facts, and I predict that no effort will be because facts are beside the point. The beauty of the dean's allegations is that they don't matter. His email is a fact-free zone. What matters is perceptions and feelings. Professors who hold unpopular positions or state inconvenient facts are psychologically toxic, and that's all that counts. If their presence causes offense or distress, fear of ill treatment or discrimination, or to use the latest buzzword, dehumanization, whatever that.
Richard, I don't know if you're familiar with Amy Wax, but she's been pretty controversial for at least 10 years that I've been aware of. So believe me, she's been round and round and round and round for a decade, maybe even longer. So, it has basically played out to a point to where Penn Law suspended her for 2 years, but with half pay. And believe me, she's making a lot of money. She's also over 70. She doesn't need to work, but she just wants to be, she wants to have her say. But it's gone through a disciplinary process or two. And this particular video is 6 years old. And I'm not going to make y'all suffer through it, but I actually like hearing Amy Wax. It's good to hear other points of view. A white woman. You do realize, Kelvin, that she's dead and I'm free to marry again. I didn't do a Mormon celestial marriage. I could marry a black woman, and you know what? I'm not one to really care as long as the woman is at this stage of the game. At my age, she needs to be smart and funny. That's actually my number one. And then attractive, I don't even put in a rank because that's just assumed. And I married the woman because I like the woman. It wasn't because of a color.
That means that is enough to eject them from the classroom. And of course, these perceptions, these feelings, they are subjective. They are self-confirming. They are immune from challenge. It's all in the mind of the.
Oh, and by the way, to be honest, her color, I did have a moment where, I did have a moment. It was absolutely possible that her color could have prevented the marriage. I was 38. I didn't have to marry her. I didn't have kids or anything with her. So if anything, color could have prevented the marriage. But luckily I was 38 and didn't give a fuck what people thought, much like I don't give a fuck what people think now. It is very freeing. And now that I'm 60, I can be a cranky old man and people just chuckle and go, "Oh, he's a cranky old man."
The beholder.
Especially
and
my
the beholder's
son.
mind reigns supreme. As Glenn Lowry eloquently pointed out in criticizing my dean's actions, allowing subjective student discomfort, mere assertions of discomfort, to determine whether a teacher gets to teach amounts to a weapon of mass destruction. It is an all-purpose device for penalizing professors who hold unorthodox views or discuss distressing realities. And the possible scenarios are endless. Objections based on discomfort can be concocted out of a host of observations or positions. The list goes on and on. A professor supports Trump or believes that colonialism was sometimes a positive good, or that women are less interested in science on average.
Okay, the colonialism was a positive good. Um, I think what did colonialism leave besides, a few Anglophiles and some people who went to Ivy League schools? Um, someone asked me, or we were talking about African countries, and I can't remember who specifically it was, and I didn't bring up this point. But if colonialism was such a positive good, why did things collapse when the colonials left? Well, someone like an Amy Wax will blame it on the culture. But if colonialism was so good, why didn't the culture stick? There are all kinds of problems with these sorts of arguments. Um, I think that number one, the best and brightest were not colonials. Okay, you weren't sending the best and brightest to, these colonies. I just don't get some of these points. And I think what it is people like Amy Wax have a wrong-headed notion of what culture actually is. And that culture is not a discrete structure. Culture is not something that's even that easy to define. She wants to act like culture is a chess piece. It has rules and you can move it. And to a certain extent, it is a chess piece, but if it's a chess piece, it's something like a queen on the chessboard. It can go anywhere on that board as long as there's nothing blocking it.
Average than men, or illegals should be deported. I need to give you any more examples. The decision to indulge these sorts of reactions knows no limits. And it is especially pernicious in assuming away professionalism. It assumes that professors cannot separate their political or scholarly positions from their classroom conduct and relationships. This brings me to the topic of the quest for equality of results, which I believe is grievously eroding academic values today. I submit that the aggressive, dogmatic pursuit of equality defined as equality of outcomes, and especially group outcomes, has become an unquestionable item of faith in the academy today. And I suggest that that pursuit, which is bound up with the obsession with identity, diversity, and inclusion that is now pervasive in the academy and of course has seeped out into society as a whole, right, threatens the core of the academic enterprise. It casts a pall of orthodoxy on thought and speech in many areas culturally dominated by elites which received their training in these very universities. And that quest results in the twisting, hiding, distortion, and punishment of reality and the penalization of those who point to and discuss inconvenient facts and dissident ideas. As David Azarad of the Heritage Society has observed, in the quest of equal results, or at least the assumption of equal results, all good people are constrained to denounce the mistreatment of designated groups at the hands of an unjust society and to praise their accomplishments, whether real or fake, genuine or fabricated. Those who venture beyond this safe space do so at their peril. And of course, the accuracy of his words is reflected in the reaction to our statements and observations about bourgeois values, cultural differences, Black student performance, the downsides of affirmative action. Indeed, in the university today, ideas about group differences and observations about possible sources of those differences must be suppressed and denied unless they are made to fit the dominant narrative. And what is that narrative? Ours is an irredeemably racist, sexist, bigoted society, and all group disparities flow.
Let's not use the word irredeemable, because it can change. It's just no one seems to think it's wrong, and it is celebrated. We elect people like Amy Wax into office. It's not irredeemable, but it might as well be. You know, the Constitution can be amended, but it takes a lot of people to agree that it needs to change or be amended. That's exactly what racism is in America, and then the sexism and all that. And you know, one of the interesting problems is it's actually there are a lot of women who are sexist, and there are a lot of anti-black blacks and, you know, other demographics with their anti whatever. America doesn't change because it doesn't want to change. It thinks it's right. There are too many Amy Waxes.
From discrimination. Correct thinking on racial preferences is even more baroque, convoluted, and self-contradictory. All virtuous people accept that affirmative action is good and necessary. But the academic disparities that make it necessary, although sometimes glaringly obvious, may not be mentioned in polite company. Or if mentioned, they are illusory or insignificant or the product of racism or amenable to instant correction through the offices of racial preferences or government services, programs, and initiatives without end. Indeed, central to affirmative action as practiced today, I submit, is a tenacious myth, which I have elsewhere dubbed the central myth of affirmative action. Once beneficiaries arrive at their institution of higher learning, they instantly catch up. Group differences disappear. And any suggestion that the myth is just that is reconfigured as an attack on minority students themselves, as some kind of trauma or badge of inferiority. In the climate that prevails at the university, as well as many workplaces, this set of rhetorical moves amounts to the position that affirmative action can never be assessed or questioned. It's untouchable. And the evasions that surround affirmative action, really, this is just one topic in which those moves are made. We have moved to a higher plane, out of politics. We've discovered the truth, and Professor Mansfield, of course, has said as much. Unequal outcomes must be ignored, denied, or eliminated, or if noticed, ascribed to racism. We're talking here about not just academic performance, workplace success, rates of school discipline, wealth, home ownership, credit, and lending. The list goes on. These can never be attributed to anything that victims choose to do, certainly not anything that individuals can control, never to behavior, to choice, to performance. Examples are everywhere. And I can give you examples from home lending, from school discipline. There's just an endless repository of examples that we can give. Now, this brings me back to affirmative action and how we're allowed to talk about it. The irony here is that, like a good conservative, I think that private institutions should be able to adopt any admission policy they want and let the chips fall where they may. But the problem is the chips are not allowed to fall where they may. They feed into elaborate taboos, charades, and untruths that pervade society. When the promised equal outcomes don't occur, and where the meritocracy still holds sway for everyone's benefit, we have resentment, disappointment, recrimination, accusations. Someone must be blamed, and that someone is us. And of course, we cannot defend ourselves by pointing to other choices and other causes for disparities. By requiring us to tell untruths on pain of social death, this regime is humiliating and unfair. It generates its own resentment and mistrust. And the distortion of the truth, I submit to you, is an important source of our current political divide and the so-called resentments that feed that political divide. Now, what are the implications of what I've said for education and academic institutions? As I've noted, I believe we are now dwelling in a climate of orthodoxy, fear, and intimidation. Students, faculty, alumni, and donors do not feel free to dissent from approved opinions, and that's, of course, exactly as progressives want it. They got us where they want us, and they're very clever about it. Orthodoxy is especially potent among.
Now, I want everybody to remember this is 6 years ago when people like Amy Wax were hopeless. Of course, 6 years ago, Trump was president, so I'm not exactly sure why she was so hopeless. But we're at 24 minutes on this now. I'm going to go to the 40-minute mark because there's some topics, including DEI, that she talks about. And then once we hit the 40-minute mark, we will reassess where we are. I do have another video, a Glenn Lowry video, as a matter of fact, a Lowry McWhorter clip. We'll see where we are once this is done. Okay, no problem, Richard. You're welcome to come up anytime you want. And by the way, hop over to @StanleyCross, @StanleyCross6000, and please subscribe to my channel as well, and hit the like button. I would appreciate it.
Students, and I can attest to that through my own experience. They are in constant fear of being called out for sexism, racism, and the rest. They are under tremendous pressure not to utter wrong opinions in the classroom and elsewhere. They are afraid of their peers, and they are under pressure not to associate with dissenters like me. I have become toxic. I have been disinvited. I have been deplatformed. I can give you plenty of examples. The two most recent deplatformings were by student associations that, quote, are devoted to nonpartisan and balanced dialogue and free and open debate. Now, we all know how the discourse is controlled.
I am going to say one thing. Donald Trump graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, where she teaches or taught law at in the school. Excuse me, in the School of Law. I'm very surprised that he did not interfere with this case. I'm extremely surprised. I mean, he literally graduated from Wharton, the business school. So I would think he would have a vested interest, but who knows? The year is young. It's only been 6 months.
Students and faculty have learned to traffic in the parlance of the grievance culture, that heckler's veto, the rhetoric of feelings of disrespect, hurt, insult, dehumanization. All of those terms are piled on. They are used to silence unpopular views and advance the cause of egalitarian identity politics. And the key is they're irrefutable, they're unanswerable.
Yeah, he's an Ivy League graduate, Bobby. You
Now,
didn't
the
know that?
worst thing, and this is really important, is
Now, I
that
think his daddy
no
bought
one
his,
in
his
academia
way in as a
pushes
big
back.
donor. But yeah, Trump has
Indeed,
an
I am
Ivy
regularly
League
struck by the
degree.
refusal of those in authority at universities to rebuke or even remonstrate with students who interfere with speakers, or disinvite, or deplatform, or demand that individuals be banished, or whatever it is they're doing. We have growing armies of diversity bureaucrats who stand ready to monitor attitudes, receive complaints, and guard sensitivities. And in their quest to protect victims, they call out the dissenters and they back up the call out culture. They tell us which terms are forbidden crime thing. They issue rules. Nostalgia for the 50s is hate speech. Praising Western Civ is white supremacy. And finally, and most importantly, victim groups, historic and self-defining and growing in number, have been
No, praising Western culture, saying it's better than all other cultures is white supremacy. And if you equate white culture with Western culture, then that's problematic also. There have been a lot of inputs into Western culture, and people don't seem to be able to understand the history of Western culture.
given virtually absolute veto power over what can be said in our universities and even who will be allowed to teach. And university administrators and brass, the higher ups, the people who are supposed to be in authority, they seem genuinely afraid of them. Now, this is a topic that I would like to discuss. I won't waste much more time on it. But Jonathan Haidt, the author of The Coddling of the American Mind, which some of you may know, recently told me in a discussion group that administrators can't push back. They can't remonstrate. They can't exert their authority. And I said to him, Jonathan, is that a normative statement or a positive statement? I never actually got a good answer. Now, the sad thing is that in bringing forward this parlance of the grievance culture, this rhetoric about hurt and trauma and dehumanization, students who complain about being offended promote and advertise their own psychological weakness. And here I reminisce about the story centered here at Harvard of Larry Summers giving a talk suggesting that men's and women's abilities pertinent to STEM accomplishment might differ, with the MIT scientist Nancy Hopkins confessing that she almost fainted and lost lunch. As a woman, I cringe not at Summers' suggestion, but at that story, which feeds into every cliche about women's mental weakness, their emotionality, their inability to deal calmly and objectively with challenging ideas. And of course, we have the same problem with minority students professing fragility, weakness, emotional trauma at adverse concepts, thoughts, and facts. And I come back to my law students, members of victim groups who say they need protection. I submit to you their victory is a Pyrrhic one. I find myself
Kelvin, I 100% agree with that. His daddy was a big donor, if I recall, but he's got the degree, no matter what. And then normative basically means normal. It is basically upholding whatever normal is. And you know what? It can even be a verb, or maybe an adverb, but basically it means normal, or making something normal, or upholding what normal is. Bobby, you need to what exactly is a liberal college? They're liberal arts colleges, but how about you don't need to go to a liberal college to learn what a dictionary is. They teach you that in grade school, I thought. Everybody knows how to Google, Richard.
asking, are such people fit to lead, exercise power, and take responsibility? And I have to conclude that they are not. Yet we continue to infantilize our students by giving in to their untutored demands. Now, what is to be done about this politicization? Well, I'm going to make two brief suggestions. They are not by any means solutions of the definitive kind. I just throw them out here. First, On the local level, this sounds obvious, but I think we ought to continually be reminding students of the central mission of the university, which is to transmit traditions, but also to get at the truth. And that requires honest debate, which is intellectual hard work. It's bruising, it's difficult, it's not for the faint of heart. Unpleasant facts, disagreeable thoughts, just go with the territory. They are intrinsic features of an open society. They cannot be avoided. I can tell you, students are not taught those lessons today, which I continually find quite shocking. In my own classroom, I impose 3 rules. First, no one can be heard to say, "I'm offended." Everyone
No,
has
it's a real
permission to
word.
be offended. They just can't express
And
it.
to be honest, you know what,
Second,
Bobby, you actually have a point. It is an uppity, well, not an uppity person. It's kind of an uppity word. Now you got to understand, she's an Ivy League law professor talking at Harvard. She teaches at UPenn, but she's giving a talk at Harvard. So, you know, but I've used normative. It's a good word. It's not that fancy a word.
no one is allowed to accuse anyone, inside or out, dead or alive, of being a racist, sexist, xenophobe, white supremacist, or to use any other derisive identity-based label. No slurs, no name calling. They don't enlighten or edify and add nothing of value. Third, no one can complain to administrators, those officious thought police, which burgeon by the minute, about anything said in our class. What is said in our class stays in our class. And if the students don't agree to those rules, I ask them not to take the course. The question is whether there is any hope of such protocols being implemented on a wide scale. And notice that these rules are not free speech rules. They actually ask students to inhibit some of their speech in the name of academic inquiry. Finally, I think that both the government and private donors need to rethink their lavish financial support for higher education. Why? When you look at the statistics, they're sobering. Elite higher education, selective institutions serve a teeny tiny percentage of the American population. It's really quite shocking. The top 30 to 40 schools serve only a few tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 undergraduates out of a country of 340 million. Secondly, and unfortunately, these institutions have become bastions of destructive thinking and anti-Western propaganda. I call this project Defund the Ivies. There's a lot to talk about here, a lot of detail to fill in, but I submit that private donors should stop giving to the Ivies and similar institutions. There are better ways to improve people's lives, and most importantly, to help the ordinary, average, unspecial people who have been unduly neglected by our elites and are increasingly walled off from them. And along this line, I urge you all to read Charles Murray's Coming Apart, which truly is a brilliant and prescient book.
No, it's not.
So
I've
where
read
should
it.
the money go? There's lots of possibilities. It's not easy because a lot of what ails the middle of America is spiritual, it's intangible, it isn't really amenable to social programming and government programs. But we could start by supporting vocational education, and I visited a number of wonderful institutions along those lines, funding infrastructure improvement, beautifying public spaces, reforming K through 12 programs, which are a mess, promoting art, music, and enrichment, paying relocation costs of average workers. There are lots of other potential ideas, but don't give more money to Harvard. Princeton doesn't need your tens of millions. You may think that university science and medicine are immune. So I will close by telling you that they are not. I have close friends and family members in academic medicine. The obsession with diversity and inclusion is growing by the minute, right? That diversity preoccupation has moved into science and into
Well,
medicine.
you know what?
The
I can tell you right now, I'm never not going to tell you to read a book. You might enjoy it. I just don't think it's prescient, and I don't think it's, a great book. And I've read several Charles Murray's, including The Bell Curve. Um, he's a good writer, but I mean, you know, um, that's it. But no, I will never tell you not to read a book, Deacon Dave. Read The Bell Curve too.
programs, the training, the mandatory courses on unconscious bias and the racism baked into our society are proliferating as we speak. Finally, I would plead for returning to an older conception of equality, one that enshrines opportunity, personal responsibility, and political and legal equality. I recently read a very wise piece in a British magazine called
Oh, what did I say?
Standpoint
Prescient
by a
is what I meant.
journalist called
Prescient.
Toby
And
Young.
you spelled it wrong.
And he said, somehow a bunch of very naive people got it into their brain that all men are created equal is a hypothesis about how people are a blank slate. But it is nothing of the sort. The founders understood that all men are, in many important respects, unequal, and that our society
She
has
gets
to
that
deal with
right.
that fact. It does no one any good to enshrine a utopian egalitarian fantasy that depends on denial and the banishment of those who dare to notice reality.
Now, see, she's not going to get into detail when she wants to, admit, and we all admit, no men are created equal. They meant under the law, if I recall. So all men should be treated equal. As far as the government goes, if you're going to write a constitution, is constitutionally all men are created equal. So she needs to get more down in the weeds with this. To be treated, as far as the Constitution goes, all men are created equal. The problem was who they left out. You cannot make the argument. It is an inconsistent argument that all men are created equal. Then you put in a 3/5 or fugitive slave clause. She doesn't want to touch that. And if I happen to be talking to her right now, I would literally go, you know what? Well, I'd say what I just said. And she knows the students in this class know it's probably a conservative organization of some sort that she's talking to. So they're going to be a willing audience. But there are all kinds of problems with this. And speeches aren't books. I do get that. But the problem is who wasn't equal, not who is equal. So anyway, let's see. We got about 4 minutes or so left of this, I think.
As my favorite undergraduate, Coleman Hughes at Columbia, said, being on the right side of history.
Coleman Hughes is a weak fuck. Your favorite undergraduate. Coleman Hughes would not make an A in your class, ma'am.
History does not justify being on the wrong side of reality. Such a fantasy has to rest on force.
It was a bunch of different things. The 3/5 specifically was for representation, and back then taxation was based on representation. So 3/5 of a person for purposes of taxation and representation amounts to 3/5 of a person. That's actually how it went.
Reason. It is antithetical to our way of life and should be resisted by all people of goodwill. So I invite you to join the resistance. Thank you.
And to be honest, you know what? It might have just been for representation. I actually have to go back and look it up. I think it was for taxation and representation. I know representation for damn sure, but population was a thing. I have to go back and look at the taxation, but I'm pretty sure it was both. And that's pretty much it. On if anybody wants this link, I can drop it. Well, the problem, the representation basically allowed the South to have the upper hand all the way up until the Civil War, and I will argue all the way up to now. But anyway, I'm not going to get knee deep into that. But it basically it allowed the South to have more political power than they would have without it. Yeah, okay, Bobby. So let's see, what's the next thing here? Okay, well, this is somebody's buddy. Talking about Mom Donnie running for mayor of New York.
What's your opinion about Zora? He's too young and inexperienced for the job. I mean, that's clear. But I find his victory an example of the persistence of high woke. Like in my last Times column, I wrote that it's often said that wokeness peaked, the wokeness of 20 and 21. And I think it didn't peak. It just expresses itself in different ways. It's kind of embers that are always burning. And I made the point that the pitch of a lot of the protest about what's going on in Gaza, the particular pitch of it, is more of that 2021 energy. And I said that there are three main elements to high woke versus just being aware of structural racism. And one of them is that you place battling the power of whiteness at the center of everything instead of being one of many. The second is the punitive aspect, that people deserve to suffer. And the third is the deafness to facts, the idea that the agenda is more important than actually making sense if you have to choose between one or the other. And there's some of that, not in Mamdani. I don't know him. I haven't studied him closely, but in his victory, there is some of that. In that, very quickly, first, placing battling the power of whiteness at the center. So here's this person with no real experience, ideas that don't really make any sense, and yet he wins. And the fact is that if he were white, he wouldn't have. A lot of the appeal for many is that he's brown, whatever Brown thinks. There's that elevation that put.
And see, this is where John McWhorter is not making sense here. He's being woke. Okay, why does he think that the only reason Mom Donnie is, got the nomination was because he's brown? Where the fuck does that come from? This is what annoys me when people like McWhorter people like McWhorter will call everybody else woke or whatever and not realize he's exhibiting the same behavior. John Galt does that a lot. He will call out nightshades while being a nightshade. And I've never been able to figure out, is it a lack of self-awareness? I don't know what this is.
Putting it at the center.
And I want to tell you right now, Glenn Lowry's a lot more contemplative or deep. Glenn Lowry is just he just knows more about being human. I'll just say that. John McWhorter is my age, like we're within a few months of each other. I shake my head every time McWhorter starts on about woke. He just has no fucking clue what he's talking about half the time. It sounds eloquent, therefore he shall say it.
So this 33-year-old person with no real ideas, but that person becomes mayor because everybody likes seeing this smiling brown face. The punitive aspect of it, in that he refuses to disavow the phrase globalize the intifada. And the thing is, intifada, okay, maybe technically it means, to struggle or to uprise, but what it means effectively in the real world is violence. And for him to wink and let that pass, now he's not explicitly saying that he was celebrating what Hamas did, but in refusing to disavow it and pretending that intifada doesn't mean what it means, it's punitive. And I'm not calling him a zealot, but that's the idea that, the Jews deserve this because, of that agenda. And then finally, there is the resistance to facts, as in you elect him when he has ideas that even liberals understand don't make sense and are not workable. It's just, it's dorm room socialism. And it's because he's 7 years old. And yet you elect him mayor, which is essentially what has happened.
This whippersnapper fucking point of view, dude, you're not that old. Basically, you're calling him a whippersnapper. That sounds like fucking jealousy to me. John McWhorter, hopefully, well, Glenn does speak because I've actually seen this clip. Thank God for Glenn Lowry.
Despite the facts, because the facts don't matter, his brown skin matters. But there's a little of that there. That's what I think of Mamdani. I thought it's 2020 again.
A guy can't be charismatic and convince voters. It's got to be all racial. So this is the motherfucker who talks about identity politics and all this stuff while talking about someone's brown skin, which is nothing but identity politics. And it's hard for me to believe McWhorter isn't. How can you do that and not notice? So brown skin, but yet identity politics and wokeness are the problem when you're doing the same thing. Ugh.
Except expressing itself in a different way. It's like you whack-a-mole. We're never going to fully get rid of it.
Wow. So Brown, I just want to play the devil's advocate with you here for a minute, John. Really?
Devil's advocate, just fucking go ahead and flush that shit of a point down and make the better point, Glenn, which is what he's going to do.
It's because he's brown? How you know that? He's a Muslim. How's that not
let me just let
a part of the story? He's a socialist. Why is that not more important than him being brown? A critic, not me,
100%,
might say, this is telling me more about your obsessions, John McWhorter, with race than it's telling me about Zoran Mamdani, because brown is the least of it. He's, his father was born in Uganda. Is that correct? His mother in India, mother a filmmaker, father a very distinguished academic. I took a look at his CV, man. He's got a lot of books out there. I haven't read any of them, but they're well published. And he's brown? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's about the
You
vibe.
didn't mention that he was a socialist, man. Or is that part of the third point that the ideas don't
you don't listen to that because he's got brown skin and therefore he's not white. And just let's try this. And you know what I just said, I don't know if it would make it past a fact-checking department, the argument, but I feel it deeply. Imagine him as Ronan Farrow.
Now, did you notice that John McWhorter literally just said or intimated facts over feelings? Well, I'm sorry, feelings over facts. Let me back this up a little bit. This is a dude who's supposed to be some sort of icon. Really? Glenn wants to chew this motherfucker up. Take off your pink shirt and make sense, sir.
You don't listen to that because he's got brown skin and therefore he's not white. And just let's try this. And you know what I just said, I don't know if it would make it past a fact-checking department, the argument, but I feel it deeply. Imagine him as
I
Ronan
feel my
Farrow,
argument
the reporter.
deeply.
Ronan Farrow, who looks uncannily like Frank Sinatra, despite Mia Farrow denying that there's any connection. So imagine him about 10 years ago when he was about Mamdani's age. He's got the same charm, the same pretty smile. Say he dresses, in nice suits. And he's walking around with these socialist proposals that, come out of things somebody who's smart and 20 in college enjoys. And he's walking around, he's quote unquote running a good campaign. Ronan Farrow would not have become the mayor of New York because a certain amount of the mystique would be missing. The kinds of people who love Zoran Mamdani, even though they're not thinking of it consciously, would be thinking, but he's white. There wouldn't be the idea that you're voting for the other. He's a white boy. Mamdani's skin color had a lot to do with this. And it's because of this elevation. He constitutes a contestation of whiteness in his very history and in just what
He
he
went
looks
to
like,
Bowdoin.
I think.
Do you think that that's true of the Indian guy who ran for president on the Republican side, Vivek Ramaswamy?
Mm-hmm.
You think that some of his appeal was because he was not white? I'm not.
No, he's a vigorous arguer. I mean, he's scrappy. He makes his points with, his, elbows sharp. With him, I don't think that the people who support him find it cool that he's Indian. And I think, frankly, when it comes to South Asian, I think among those people, they don't care either way. With him, it's about what he's like. And frankly, the fact that he's willing to be rather obnoxious in public, which constitutes a kind of a political theater. That's not my.
Some people are really not good at politics, and John McWhorter is one of them. How he ever got famous for anything outside of linguistics and maybe literature points, this dude is shitty on politics. Vivek Ramaswamy and Glenn is the superior intellect of these two. I'm just gonna have to say it. And Glenn always does this thing about, well, I'm going to play devil's advocate when he really means your point sucks. Let me pick it apart. Vivek literally was told by Ann Coulter she wouldn't. I agree with a lot of your points and your worldview and all that, but the reason I wouldn't vote for you is because you're brown. Ramaswamy was literally told that. So now Ann Coulter is an arch conservative, but he got voted in because he's brown. I just don't. I think he got voted in because he said some socialist things that workers in your rank and file, quote, normative crowd liked. John McWhorter is really not good at this. That's why he's only on every other week.
Mamdani's game. To be honest, to an extent, all he had to do was just stand there. And also, the vibes matters in elections. Warren G. Harding, a lot of why he got elected was because women newly had the vote and he was considered handsome. These things matter. Obama was considered very sexy by a lot of people. These things matter. Mamdani, because of anatomical accident, happens to have a very charming smile. That helps, But this stuff is not deep. And it's not.
John, you're not deep. You want to thank Obama. Of course, Obama was a package. If he was pretty and dumb, I don't know. John McWhorter is just not good at this.
About what he actually proposed. It's about him as just a moment. Maybe you would have said the same thing about Obama back then, and in fact you were. But it's more of that sort of thing.
Glenn is just amazed.
And this is something
And here's
that our younger generation.
Here's another clip with Dr. West, and he and Glenn have been kind of friends for years, 45 years, if they're to be believed. And just so you know, I actually considered when I got out of the Navy, I actually considered, at the time Cornell West was at Princeton, and I wanted to become an Arabist. I've always had a thing for Iranian, like Persian culture. Weird as it might seem, but you know what? I didn't have the money to do it, so I didn't.
And this is something that our younger generation needs to come to terms with. This is why your text is a classic, is that, how do we wrestle with the categories and labels that have been imposed on us? I mean, even when you say Confessions of a Black Conservative, I say to myself, Brother Glenn ain't never been just a Black conservative. That label is so narrow, truncated, impoverished. That's like saying my Reverend Billy Cook was a conservative. Ow, he got some conservative sensibilities and so forth, but he got a whole lot of other sensibilities. He's trying to get outside of the label just like you and be something that a label can never capture. And those moments in your text when you say, I won't be defined by this, I won't be defined by that, I have a pursuit of experience, I want an enlarged world. But at the very end, what do you say? My Blackness is at the core of my being. That's page 427. And I said, oh, Brother Glenn, see, I don't think I would ever say that, man. I think, I'd start with Jesus. And so that you say my Blackness is crucial, but it's not at the core. You say it's at the core. I said, whoa, Lord, I know some Black nationalist brothers and sisters who would go with that. I know a whole lot of Black artists who would go with that. And I say, it's clear that Brother Glenn is honestly wrestling, courageously engaging issues, and yet all the tension and inconsistency are there. Wrestling with self-delusion, piercing delusion, wrestling with illusion, almost like Joseph Conrad, but piercing illusion. All of that is in the text, man, and it's very rare that we get this kind of text of our generation. It's the kind of thing you get in Ralph Ellison's kind of thing. When you start off your text talking about the problem of self-regard, right? Here's Tony's great collection, The Source of Self-Regard. This is the greatest collection of essays since Shadow and Act by Ralph Ellison. And
I did not notice that overlap of phraseology. Toni Morrison's collection and my definition of the project that I've embarked on in writing a memoir.
That's exactly that problem of self-regard. You're very explicit about it, engaging in all the different moments in your life. From we won't go into all of your career, man. It's just been illustrious in ways that we don't have a language for. But it's also the paradoxes and the polyvalent paradoxes that flow, because on the one hand, you're trying to get out from under labels. On the other hand, the labels are being used in such a way that you're gaining access to certain positions, and be it whatever it is, you know what I mean? All the different ways in which, on the one hand, being Black conservative is a weighty, difficult thing. The tribe is always going to be trashing you. You're not going to have too many good feelings in terms of being embraced by the tribe. But on the other hand, got some other plantations that's beckoning. You got Manhattan Institute, you got AEI, you got other places that are welcoming. And of course, in the end, you very much like myself, you want to be a free human being. And a free human being doesn't want to be on anybody's plantation. You want to think for yourself. You want to love for yourself on your own terms. You want to laugh for yourself. You want to read any text that connect to you because you want to be free. Of course, myself as a Christian, that means radical love and freedom, and radical freedom and love. So there's always some constraints. There's always going to be certain kinds of love, certain kinds of tilts and orientations that you lead. But I'm sorry to go on and on, but I'm just letting the audience know that we go back over 40-something years. And from the very beginning, you've always been that brilliant brother thinking for himself. You and I clashing intensely. You and I disagreeing intensely. I knowing you the same brother from the south side of Chicago, just like I'm from the chocolate side of Sacramento, California, with Shiloh Baptist Church and Reverend Willie P. Cook, my pastor, and Irene and Clifton, just like Gloria and Everett. And of course, you're getting your last name from what? The teacher who tells your father is Laurie rather than Lowry, Lowry. Next thing you know, he got a new name, and that ends up being your name. I said, well, history is something else. Isn't this arbitrary?
That's a close reading, Cornell. It's a close reading. And you got your finger on some of the things that are really central to my own life and to my contemporary intellectual practice. You know, my Blackness is at the core of my being. How is that consistent with the Manhattan Institute? Of course, I'm no longer affiliated with the Manhattan Institute, absolutely. You know,
Absolutely.
Because I gave voice to certain reactions to the conflict that's going on in Palestine and Israel, Gaza, that I think ran afoul of the sensibilities of the trustees and whatnot at the Institute, and they decided to sever relations with me, which of course is their prerogative. I am affiliated with the Hoover Institution, though. Condoleezza Rice and company reached out to me and invited me to affiliate as a distinguished visiting fellow, which I have done. And I am responsible for helping to organize a conference that's going to be held later this year, honoring the life and work of Thomas Sowell. Tom Sowell, the great conservative African-American economist and public intellectual and social philosopher. And a lot of the themes of your opening remarks are relevant to my engagement with all of these questions. I mean, you know, is Thomas Sowell a Black economist? Well, he's Black. He's an economist. Is he a Black economist? What am I a Black economist? Do I relate to him in part just based upon that? And you know,
obviously, those are the issues that we were talking about. I remember reading Thomas Sowell when he was a Marxist, man.
Yeah, he was early in his career, right?
Those were sharp, though, man. I've been teaching him for the last 40-something years, and every year, because I think he's a towering figure. He's a brilliant brother. Again, he and I clash in very, very deep ways, but he always points out things that I miss, and therefore you have to be conversant with some of the best minds of your generation across politics, across ideology, across color, across class, across gender, across sexual orientation, across nation, and most importantly, across the quick and the dead. Because most of the great minds are dead. They're long gone.
All right. Well, always good to see Glenn Lowry, though. And I have not read his new book. It's an autobiography. And I'm in no rush to read it, but I will read it because he actually has a very interesting background. He was a baby daddy, and has been a baby daddy a couple times. He's just a smart baby daddy. Imagine being a smart baby daddy. He is where he is in spite of being a baby daddy. And probably, I'm sure there've been other. You know what? I'm not going to go on and on about the baby daddy, but no. Well, wait, hold it. You do know that he was a Marxist, Deacon Dave. Soul was a Marxist, but he changed. So early in his career, but he wants him to be still a Marxist. Well, funny you should say that. Cornell West isn't a Marxist. Did you not know that? He calls himself a Christian socialist. He's not a Marxist because he's a Christian. And Marx, he pretty much thinks is godless, I guess. Yeah, I don't think you're very well of much other than the basics. So I don't think that Cornel West wants Soul to be a Marxist, because Cornel West is not a Marxist. And by the way, Marx is a good critique of capitalism. Can't take that away from him. So this is a guy that I've been made aware of by CKJ3, and he's talking about an $8.8 million fraud ring busted in Florida. So it's called A Righteous Perspective, I think. So we'll take a look at this. And if John Galt starts up, I'll be on a short leash, because I'm actually kind of tired, believe it or not. Here we go.
What is going on, ARP family, man? Appreciate you guys pulling up, man. Welcome back to ARP in the morning. I'm your host, Wise Man, and I really appreciate you guys pulling up. Really appreciate you guys pulling up, man. I hope all is well with you all. If you can hear me okay, if we're not, I want to make sure we're not having any technical difficulties right off the bat. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me okay. I did see that there might have been some sound issues or something like that going on. I hope all is well with you guys, man. God bless each and every one of you guys on this fine Thursday morning, Friday Eve, last day of the month. Y'all believe that we're seven months in to this year of 2025? Do y'all believe that? Goodness gracious. Time is flying. Oh my goodness, man. It's just unbelievable, man. I know a lot of you guys, that have, either kids or grandkids. They about to start school, especially if you're down south. I think they start school maybe next week or in the next 2 weeks. I know down in Georgia, they start school next Monday. My little nephew is not ready. I talked to him yesterday. He's like, nah, I'm not ready, Uncle. Some of you guys, man, are doing school clothes shopping for the kids or for the grandkids, for the nieces, for the nephews.
Thank God I don't
here.
have to do that shit anymore.
It is here. And I'm not gonna lie to you, man. This is my favorite time of the year. Football season is approaching. Football season is approaching. My favorite time of the year. For those of you guys that don't know, y'all see the hat. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see the hammer. Y'all see the hammer right there. I got 2 teams. I don't watch the NBA. I don't watch Major League Baseball. I don't watch the NHL. I get into a little bit of soccer, a little bit, but I can't say that I'm diehard like that. But I'm about this football life, man. I'm about this football life, man. You don't grow up down south and not be about this football. And I grew up in the deep, dirty South. And we're about this football. High school, from youth up. Youth football, high school football is big down south. What college football is huge down south. And the pro football is big. So I got 2 teams. I rep the Ravens. I'm a Falcons fan as well. And I can have 2 teams.
Jesus fucking Christ. A guy with that much gray in his beard saying he reps the Baltimore Ravens. Oh, so problematic.
Because I don't have teams in other. I don't care about any of the other leagues. I want to see LJA in the Super Bowl this year, man. But one game at a time. And he said it right the other day. They were talking about Super Bowl hitting that third, man. He just like, hey man, we worry about week 1. Let's get through training camp. You know what I'm saying? I like the attitude. I like the approach. But I hope y'all doing well this morning, man. I hope you guys are doing well, man. The weekend is close. I feel like the older I get, man, the quicker time flies by, right? The quicker time flies by. Hey, George, I'd love to see that. Philly, Baltimore, hey, right up the road. I'd love to see that. I would love to see that. Oh man, that would be phenomenal. That would be phenomenal. I would love to see that. I would love to see it, man. Let me show some love to my folks in the chat. I think the Hall of Fame game is today as well, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the Hall of Fame game is today. And then obviously the Hall of Fame ceremony over the weekend. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is today. Today's Thursday night. Yeah, I believe it is today. Shout out to Larry Montgomery pulling up this morning. Kevin Caldwell. What up, Zephyr K9? And I know I seen B up in the building as well. Shout out to my Blues. What up, Marla? How you doing this morning? What up, Lori Otteson? How you doing this morning? Appreciate you pulling up. What's going on, Hunter? He's got our verse for the morning, verse for the day, more or less. Let me toss him up in here. Is it two of them? Okay. It says, yet to all who did receive him, to those who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God, children born not of natural descent, nor of human decision or a husband's will, but born of God. Thank you very much, Hunter. And that's John chapter 1, verse 12 and 13. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you, Hunter. As always, getting the day started off properly. What's going on, Matt? How you doing this morning? What's up, Mark? How you doing this morning, brother? Hope all is well. Hey, man, y'all make sure y'all continue to keep Mark lifted up, man. I know he's getting some surgery here in the near future, man. Y'all make sure y'all keep him lifted up. What's up, Nelly? How you doing this morning? What up, Harold, Dagny Taggart, Donald Lovejoy? What up, Wilfred? How's it going this morning? Appreciate you guys. What up, Kenneth?
Hey, did you hear the Dagny Taggart much? That's a female John Galt, apparently. All these people are naming themselves after Ayn Rand characters. I'm ashamed to say I've read both Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead.
How's it going? Hey, man, I'm still waiting on the link. When you get the first video shot, I want to see it. We got to critique it. Send it over to me. I'm still waiting on it. What's up with you, brother? What's going on, Toy Mafia? What's up, Angela Montgomery? Appreciate you pulling up this morning, sister. We got Amber Young in the house. What's going on? Appreciate you pulling up. Shout out to Mike D Radio. Peace and blessings to you, brother, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Who else we got up in here? Voices for the Voiceless. Is that Alma? Ooh, that's a hard one to pronounce. But I'm gonna show you some love anyway. Thank you very much for pulling up. I can't pronounce the name. What up, Steve Berge? How you doing this morning? Appreciate you pulling up. Hope all is well. What up, Dion? How you doing this morning, sister? What's up, Leslie Aaron? How you doing this morning? Appreciate you pulling up. Hope all is well with you. What up, Billy W? Cool Ramon in the building. Shout out to you, brother. What's going on? Hey, y'all make sure y'all show George Santiago some love. This is first time in the chat, on the live stream. Y'all make sure y'all show him some love in there, man. What's up, Britton Davis? Appreciate you pulling up this morning. Hope all is well. Thank you very much. Appreciate you pulling up, Deborah. How's it going this morning? Shout out to you. Who else we got up in here this morning? I'm gonna make sure I don't want to make sure I don't miss too many people. What's up, Jerome Ferguson? How's it going this morning? Appreciate you pulling up. Shout out to you. Space is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Abraxas in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you pulling up. All right, you guys can hear me just fine. I'm glad to hear that. What up, Chester? Hey, YouTube's got to get these daggone handles back in order, man. Man, it's confusing me. What's up, Lauren? How you doing this morning? Appreciate you pulling up. Who else we got? Deanne. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Deanne Richardson. Hopefully I pronounced that properly. Sorry if I did. If I didn't, appreciate you pulling up this morning. So what? Never give up. Appreciate you pulling up this morning. All right. So you guys can hear me just well. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. So we're gonna get things kicked off, man. We got a lot to get into today. Leslie Aaron says, "Go Raven." I'm going to tailgating with the Falcons fan in my purple and black. I am going to the game. I'll be at that game opening day. Bucks, Falcons. I'll be down there. You know what I'm saying? So Leslie, if you see me, come say hi, come say what's up to me. If you see me down there, I will be at the game. I got my ticket already. We ready to go. What's up, Mike C? How you doing this morning, brother? Appreciate you pulling up. Hope all is well. All right. Let's do it. Yeah, so we got 60 likes, 132 people watching. Actually, we got 144 people. So let's make sure you guys hit that like button for me, man. Make sure you hit that like button for me if you haven't done so already. Super chat, super thanks would be greatly appreciated. You guys don't know what it means when you guys support the stream. It does a lot. One, obviously it helps boost. When you guys hit that like button, it helps, boost the stream and things of that nature into the algorithm. And I appreciate you guys supporting me. ARP family members, man, I appreciate you guys. All my ARP family members in the building, man. Shout out to you all, man. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. Really appreciate you guys, man. And Anybody that joins the ARP family or gifts an ARP family membership, man, I will make sure that you guys get acknowledged as well throughout the stream. What's going on, Southern Red? Appreciate you pulling up this morning. Make sure y'all hit that like button for me, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button for me. Oh, you going to the Browns-Ravens games? I'm considering going to that one too, because that's opening day. I love going to opening day. I love going to opening day. It's always a good time. I'm trying to talk my guys in because we normally tailgate. We normally tailgate at every game, but things kind of changed a little bit this year. So I don't know how many Ravens games I'm gonna go to this year because things kind of changed a little bit. But I would love to go to the opening day. I'm still thinking about it. I'm not 100% sure. I hadn't got my ticket yet for that, but that's week 2. So we got a little bit of time. Make sure y'all show Judah Tyler some love. This is first time live in the chat. Finally caught one. Y'all make sure y'all show her some love in the chat, man. Thank you for pulling up this morning. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. What's up, Lauren? How you doing this morning? Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. What up, Scott Campbell? Appreciate you pulling up, brother. Salute to you as well. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Y'all make sure y'all show these folks some love in the chat, man. We got a lot of new faces, man. New faces up in here, man. I'm glad to see it, man. The channel, we're continuing to grow. Channels continuing to grow. Live stream continuing to grow. It's a blessing, to be able to do this on a day-to-day basis, man. And, to have you guys in here, man.
Oh, by the way, this isn't absolutely live.
This live stream thing, it's new this year.
It's a delay.
We're consistently, we are officially, I guess, 7 months in on the live stream. We're about 3.5, 4 months in on the morning show. And it's just continuing to grow. And it's a blessing. It really is. I don't take it for granted at all. We got a lot to get in. We got a lot to get into today. We're going to talk a little bit about Trump and the wins. We got to talk about Kamala Harris for a little bit. Y'all seen the thumbnail. Y'all seen the title. We're going to talk about the fraud going on down there in Florida. We got a good amount to get into today. So, hey, man, if y'all got your coffee, hey, what's going on, Israel Pena? San Antonio in the building. What's up, Crystal? How you doing this morning, sister? Appreciate you pulling up. Looking forward to tomorrow's conversation. Hey, y'all make sure y'all pull up tomorrow. We got a great show tomorrow. Great show tomorrow, man. Good group of people that will pull up, man. Panel show. Just so y'all know, we're going to kick this thing off. I mean, it's been happening here and there, but officially on Fridays, man. Every Friday, man, we're gonna do panel show. We're gonna have guests on the show officially almost on a Friday to Friday basis. That is the plan. Moving forward. So pull up, man. It's going to be a long one. Just so y'all know, when we do these panel shows, the things, man, they go to 2 to 3 hours, just so you know. But it should be a really, really good conversation, man. We're going to talk about a plethora of topics, man. Last week's was fire. I expect the same this week as well. So hit that like button for me, man. We're going to get things kicked off. And without further ado, let go.
And basically starts the dumbest trade war in the history of this country. This is going to be about potentially millions of people losing their jobs. It's going to be about millions of people losing their savings, many of people losing their retirement security, and at the same time taking on even higher costs for everything they buy. So that's going to push us in potentially to foreclosures or people being pushed out of their apartments. I remember this from 2008 and how long it took us to dig our way out. And to this day, there are families, there are communities that still haven't recovered. Recessions can be all those fancy charts and graphs, but at the end of the day, people feel them one person at a time and they can be devastated.
Thank you very much, Christy. Thank you very much, Christy, for supporting the channel. Appreciate you joining the ARP family, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. And shout out to George Santiago. Now, am I pronouncing that right? Is it George or is it Jorge? Let me know. With the dollar super sticker, man. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the support. Definitely appreciate the support, man. So let's get into it. So y'all remember the chorus of doom and gloom. Y'all remember it, that broke out the moment that President Trump slapped the tariffs on China and the EU. Y'all remember that. Cable pundits, grandstanding senators practically fainted on air, warning that we were entering the dumbest trade war in American history. Their words, not mine. Y'all heard Pocahontas. Y'all heard her. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't really. I was about to go somewhere. I'm not going to go there right now. But these people did paint an apocalyptic scene. Millions out of work, retirements account wiped out, families evicted, a foreclosure crisis worse than 2008.
This is what MAGA folks do. Now, we are 7 months in, and he's already claiming victory. This motherfucker really doesn't get it. The American consumer is going to lose no matter what. Tariffs mean you pay more for whatever it is that's imported you want to buy. It will force people to buy American, or at least make them think about it. And it, the fact that tariffs are passed through to the consumer is 100% right. There is no way Trump wins this. Okay, people will, if you got to buy something or you prefer something, you're going to pay more for it. I don't see that as a win. This dude is unsophisticated. Pocahontas, you know what? I didn't even listen to what she said because she's old and a senator, but there are some fundamentals that bearded Baltimore guy doesn't seem to comprehend or doesn't want to say.
They said it all. Doom and gloom, gaslit.
Now, see, when you get super chats like that, you don't have to worry so much about tariffs.
Scared, fear-mongered everybody. They had their charts, their somber tones, and their so-called expert consensus. But there was one problem with their forecast. Reality. Fast forward to this week's second quarter GDP report, and you guys got to see it for yourself. Don't listen to me. See it for yourself.
3% up 3%, better than expected. That would be the highest level since the third quarter of 24, when it was up 3.1%. On the consumption side, up 1.4, very close to estimates. Up 1.4 would be the best since the last quarter of 24.
So instead of the economic downturn that the doomsayers predicted, we got a solid 3% in annualized growth. 3% in annualized growth, half a point above Wall Street's already optimistic forecast. Consumer spending rose 1.4%, business investment picked up, and the GDP price index came in at 2%. Translation: strong growth and cooling inflation. Strong growth and cooling inflation.
Not, sir.
But what does the media do with all of this good news?
What Sir doesn't want to tell us is that inflation is still 2.7% over last year at this time. Inflation is not cooling off. It is, as Chairman Powell said, Jerome Powell said, if you had watched his little speech on my show, it is above, only slightly above, but it is above the 2% target. You are claiming, you are counting your economic chickens before they are hatched. This is 6 months in. What's going to happen? Let's see around Christmas when Barbie is about twice as much. And as Trump said, maybe you get 2 Barbies versus 30. We're 6 months in, sir. This is you know what? Don't make me go in on Black culture.
All of this good information. They should be celebrating because America is winning right now. They should be celebrating.
I'm not losing.
But what does mainstream media do?
That people believe
CNN
this
immediately, they start nitpicking. Just compare the tone between Fox Business and CNN, and you'll see exactly what I mean. I want you guys to see this clip right here.
This is literally
Check this
what
clip out right here.
conservative would sound like
The
if
first
you knew
read
anything about
of the
economics.
second quarter coming in at 3%. That is better than expected.
We have an economy growing at, what do you say, 3%? We have inflation at 2%. That's the best of both worlds.
Yes, it did rebound to an annualized rate of 3% during the second quarter. Even though headline GDP rebound, this economy has actually started to lose some momentum.
They just can't help themselves, man. For the life of me, I don't know why people are still watching these people, man. I had this conversation with my sister yesterday. I'm like, yo, you got to get your information from other sources. You got to get your information from other sources. I just had this conversation yesterday with my sister. You got to get.
Does this dude understand what annualized means? It means if the economy kept up at this pace, we got tariffs in place, sir. This motherfucker actually thinks annualized is a real number. It's a projection. Dude, economics 101.
Get your information from other sources, because these people are going to lie to you. Their job is not to inform you with facts. Their job is to push propaganda that benefits the DNC. That's their job. You got to get your information from other sources. I just had this conversation yesterday with my sister. These people cannot help themselves.
I would consider Jerome Powell a credible source. He is Fed chairman after all. Dude, literally, what is this guy doing?
So what they're basically telling us is
don't make me lose faith, black man.
Is that, yeah, the surface numbers look good, but trust us, it's all smoke and mirrors. Trust them. Are you really serious? Who's trusting anything that CNN has to say?
Lose. I'm just shocked.
Their credibility is shot. Who's trusting anything, honestly, that comes from mainstream media? MSDNC, any of these, super left-leaning newspaper outlet.
This guy is a garden variety black MAGA dude. As soon as someone says MSDNC, I know they're a fucking hack. Dude, who watches MSNBC? I don't. Dude, this guy is talking in Fox News bullet points. And I happen to keep up with this sort of stuff daily. And dude, you are not the only people that believe this stuff. And I'm not saying you're absolutely wrong. I'm just saying you don't know the end results yet. Don't be so optimistic. Don't count your chickens. Maybe we will know you're right at this time next year, or maybe at the end of the year after Christmas season. Just stop crowing now. Now, I know it's content. You got to keep those super chats coming in. As a matter of fact, I might have to start watching you so I can figure out how I can get some super chats coming in. But still, dude. And by the way, you look like a YN with that hat. That hat doesn't get worn. Back in my day, son, we used to actually wear our hats outdoors fishing, and sometimes that brim would get a little dirty or a little bent. You look literally like a YN with gray hair. This look does not suit you, sir.
Who's trusting them? How can we trust these people when all y'all do is get it wrong? How?
Hey, Richard,
This kind of spin is exactly why so many Americans don't trust legacy media anymore.
You know what? It's so
Instead
funny. Where was I? I was in Savannah, about 3 weeks ago now, and a wasp had gotten into the house, and it was in the car. I was with my father and my son, and wasp got in the car, as they will do down in Savannah. Hey, I got a hat. You know what I did? I just figured out how to scoop that thing out the window. And then, I told my father, yep, a hat is a tool. Okay. When you go fishing or when you're outdoors hunting, or, you need to swat some mosquitoes or sand gnats away. That hat is not just a hat, it's a tool. And any black man down south understands that. This dude's hat does not ever go out of this room, I bet.
Reporting on the genuine improvement, like the rising consumer confidence or stronger retail sales, they immediately try to discredit it. You'd think a healthier economy would be good news. It would be good news worth reporting, but not if it happens under Trump. If something good happens under Trump, no, it's an illusion, it's a mirage, which is exactly what Chuck Schumer called the GDP report. I mean,
Dude, wait a year or two, then you start crowing. Don't be doing that shit 6 or 7 months in. You just seem childish.
really sick and tired of these people, man. I am really sick and tired of these people.
And while the Trump administration will try to wave rosy headlines about the Q2 number, today's GDP number is in fact a mirage because some ominous numbers lurk under the hood. Business investment plunged in the second quarter by 3.1%. The fact that business investment plunged so starkly is very troubling. It shows that already businesses are worried about growing their operations, worried about hiring more workers, worried about trading with their international partners, and worried in general about the future. And this number is another data point in a larger pattern. Donald Trump's tariffs are weighing down the U.S. economy, spiking costs for small businesses and families alike. And if Donald Trump keeps up the chaos, the dangers for the economy will continue to get worse.
Hey, Quincy, you are a nut, yo. I got to show that. According to CNN, you're possibly white-wise. Hey, get out of here. You are a nut, dude. Goodness gracious. So Schumer is now all of a sudden panicking over a 3.1% dip in business investment, pretending it's some economic apocalypse. But quarter-to-quarter drops happen, especially when businesses are navigating new tariffs and trade policies. It's not doom. It's just smart strategy. Pause, reassess, adapt. Pause, reassess, adapt. But of course, Democrats and their media cheerleaders, they scream recession over one blip while ignoring the strong 3% growth and 2% inflation, which is solid. And then MSDNC, they roll out the same experts who said that inflation was transitory to tell us that this boom is somehow bad news. And now the latest spin, from these folks is Trump inherited a great economy from Biden. You can't make this stuff up, man. You cannot make this stuff up, man. Trump inherited a great economy from Joe Biden. You got to be kidding me. I can't believe these people say this stuff with a straight face, man.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
It wasn't a
his
bad economy.
doing. Yeah. He inherited a strong economy. It's his decisions that have led us to this moment. White House officials still publicly confident, publicly boasting, but there is, for the first time, some private anxiety about where this is going. We'll have more on that.
You can't make this stuff up, man. How do they get on TV and say this with a straight face? And why are people still listening to these folks? I promise you, y'all going to have some of your liberal family members, some of your liberal friends. They're going to come tell you, be like, hey, only reason why the economy is doing great is because Joe Biden gave them a good one.
Didn't give him a bad one.
These people are ridiculous, man. I don't even know what you say to that. I don't know what you
let
say
me
to that.
let
Does
me
anyone
teach you what to
actually
say.
really
I'm about
believe the
to
economy
say,
had strength
we'll
under
see.
Joe Biden? Does anybody really believe that? But this is why no one takes them seriously anymore. And they still don't get it. Even some, not all, but some in the mainstream media are turning against the Democrats and their messaging because it just doesn't hold water. CNBC chimed in recently, mocking the crap out of Democrats after the latest inflation and strong GDP report. They're starting to get some smoke. I think more and more people are starting to wake up that these people aren't here to they're not real journalism. They're not here to really give you the facts. They're here solely with the sole purpose of pushing an agenda.
And people that don't like the president and don't want things to work. And, like Senator Elizabeth Warren will come on and say, inflation's out of control and the economy is getting killed by what's happening by these tariffs. This 3% with the market at new highs, and really we haven't seen inflation, go up back to 3%. Maybe it will this week. Maybe we'll see it. But none of these horrible things have happened, but they still talk like it's happening. It's amazing.
Well, there's an important lesson there. Don't pick a congressman to be your money manager. That's what I would say. But in the end, Congress has their own reasons to point out certain things. And the Democrats, of course, as you pointed out, really don't want to see the current administration have some success. But there's no doubt that this is some success. We're seeing more horsepower. We're seeing better equities. Inflation really hasn't changed much in the last year or so.
The Democrats don't want to see the current administration have success. They don't. The Democrats don't want to see America have success under this administration. But there's no doubt that this is showing the nation going in the right direction. There are some real wins here. That says it all, man. That's all it is. We have a group of people that is praying for our downfall. We have a group of people that is praying for our downfall. They cannot, under any circumstances, give the president a victory. Not one. Because that would mean that they would have to admit that they were wrong. And I don't think it's within their ability to do something like that.
Dave, because this dude.
Because here's the simple truth.
This dude is not saying anything. If inflation hasn't changed that much over a year, that automatically means that Trump didn't get a high inflation economy. Just listen to this dude isn't listening to what he is saying himself. If inflation hasn't changed, then Trump got, maybe it wasn't a booming economy, but it wasn't a bad economy either. So nothing for me to get upset about, because I know how to parse words and listen to what people say. So I think John just went live. So, you know what, Lupin? And you're still a little bit delayed. Her husband's like a famous surgeon or something like that. She doesn't need the money. Her kids are out of the house. So, I'm not going to profess to know her, Amy Wax's personal business, but she's got a half salary. And as far as I know, she has no impending lawsuits. So we'll watch a little bit more of this, and then I think John just went live. Let me confirm that, and I'll wrap this up.
Predictions of mass layoffs, 401k carnage, and supermarket sticker shock, it never actually materialized. Real wages are up. Inflation is down. Growth is steady. And that's what matters at the dinner tables, not the partisan, hand wringing in green rooms. And we haven't even felt the full force of Trump's trade architecture yet. You got to think about how much success, how much winning, how many campaign promises have been fulfilled already.
All the
We're not
ones
even
except
a year
for the
through
Epstein
the administration.
report.
It feels like it because there's been so much. It feels like he's been in office at least a year, maybe two, with the amount of work that has and the amount of good that has been accomplished. But these people, man, they have zero interest in the country's success. They don't want it. They don't want to see it. And when these new reciprocal deals, are coming in, and we're seeing the tariffs, and we're seeing new revenue coming in.
Dude, you are not going to see new revenue. You will pay higher prices. You may have some job creation. American companies may get more business because people don't want, the competitors or the imports, but you're not going to see a whole lot of new revenue. I'm not sure where he's going with this, but in any case, you know what? I may just leave this where it is and take this up tomorrow. But John's just gone live, and I'm coming up on 5 hours. So I think I'm going to end this and just go over there until I get disgusted with it, because it's not a topic I'm particularly interested in. But we shall see. And I shall see you all at probably around 5:45, 6:15 in the morning. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. I thank Lupin Reiking again for sponsoring the show today. And I will more than likely be here tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. Make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord channel if you're new to it. Same thing with Urban Landlord Clips. And I will see you all tomorrow. You too, Deacon Dave. God bless you too. Bye.